My name is Chantel Wright.
Hold on
I
one,
am,
Chantal,
oh,
just 1 second. I just want the YouTube to start. Let's make sure
oh,
that's
I'm
all good.
sorry. I thought you said it did. Okay.
Sorry. Gotcha.
All right. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chantel Wright. I am chair of the DC Public Charter School Board. Thank you for joining us for our first of two board meetings this month. We will have a second meeting later this week during which we will hold a closed session so we can deliberate. Welcome my fellow board members and colleagues, including Vice Chair Jim Sandman, Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty, Secretary Shakura Adamafania, Board Member Dwight Davis, and Board Member Leah Cruzy. Before Dr. Walker Davis shares tonight's agenda in her Executive Director's remarks, let's take a moment to recap recent highlights from the multiple meetings held last month. We held a public hearing for the only charter application submitted during this cycle. Since revamping our application guidelines, this marks our third application cycle and only the second time we've received an applicant that completed the full review process. We also opened the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide for public comment, an important milestone as we continue to strengthen our accountability system and support continuous improvement across the sector. The most important thing to stress is that we are in the midst of charter review season, which means we are reviewing all charters which are reaching their 5th, 10th, 20th, or 25th year. There are 20 schools this year that have achieved one of those mile markers, and we have completed reviews on 7 of them. Of them, the board approved 3, allowing them to continue to operate without conditions. 4 were approved, but with conditions that the schools will need to meet to continue operating. In addition, there were 2 schools which made the difficult decision to relinquish their charters, one after its review and one prior to its scheduled review. These schools will cease to operate at the end of this school year. Throughout this process, the board, staff, and I have been reminded again and again that running a school is no easy task. We clearly recognize the dedication required to serve students each day, and it is a privilege for this board to grant and uphold a school's charter, and we take that responsibility very seriously. In particular, I would like to thank the members of this board for their work. While the public sees many of you once a month at a televised board meeting, most do not know of the countless hours each and every one of you undertake in reading materials, asking questions, visiting schools, speaking with school leaders, and hearing from students and their families. I know from my own visits how much this is appreciated and how important it is. Thank you for all that thank you all for each Thank you for all that each and every one of you do. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our school leaders. Having been one myself, I know how important, difficult, and demanding your job is. You run a school district with employees and staff serving students and families, and this requires you to follow regulations, policies, and procedures set by the city, by the federal government, and by us. And some of those regulations, policies, and procedures have been around forever, while others are constantly changing and evolving. We have heard your concerns about the truancy and attendance policy. This policy is designed to ensure that schools are actively working to reduce chronic absenteeism and truancy, critical indicators of student success. We see notices of concern as an important but constructive tool to help schools focus on using effective strategies to improve student attendance. We, like you, know how essential it is for students to be in school every day. We have raised your concerns with staff, and they plan to review the policy this fall. And now I would like to turn it over to our Executive Director, Dr. Walker Davis.
Thank you, Chair Wright, and good evening, board members and our viewing public. We have a packed meeting this evening, and I appreciate your time and attention. Each month, the DC Public Charter School Board holds public meetings like this one so that board members can act on matters central to our role, whether it's evaluating schools, voting on amendment requests, or reviewing a new charter application. These meetings are open to the public, ensuring transparency and providing an official record of the actions taken by this board. As the charter authorizer for the city, DC PCSB plays a critical role not only in shaping policies and practices across public charter schools, but also in reinforcing beliefs about what strong public education should look like. Our work directly impacts students' experiences, from safety and well-being to access to quality education and mental health supports. There are two important agenda items I want to highlight tonight. First, the charter application. This year, we received one application to open a new school. The public hearing for that application took place last month, and this evening, staff will present its recommendation to the board. A few years ago, as Chair Wright mentioned, we revamped our charter application criteria and standards to better reflect the needs of our city and the evolving demands of the charter sector. You'll see those standards reflected in tonight's discussion and decision. Second, our charter reviews. 4 schools are being discussed this evening as part of their charter review process. This is a thorough and multi-month process, often beginning 12 to 18 months before this board takes action. DCPCSB staff and board members engage deeply in these reviews by analyzing academic and operational data, reviewing reports, and visiting schools to observe teaching and learning firsthand. It's a meaningful and thoughtful process that helps us determine whether a school should continue as is, continue with conditions, or begin the process toward revocation. Finally, we'll also receive our monthly school financial report. Our goal here is to ensure transparency and offer families and the public a clear window into the financial health of a public charter school. Strong financial oversight, alongside effective school board governance and long-term sustainability, is the foundation of the work we do as an authorizer. Thank you again for being here tonight, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Davis. At the beginning of every board meeting, the DC Public Charter School Board hears public testimony related to items on the agenda and listens to testimony for topics not related to any agenda items. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If you need to make a few additional points, please email your testimony for us to read at public.comment@dcpcsb.org. Public officials who sign up to testify will be allowed to speak for up to 5 minutes. The hand-raising feature has been disabled. As a reminder, all written public comment is available to the public on our website. If you would like to register to provide live testimony or submit a written comment to the board, you can find all testimony registration and submission information on our website under the Public Comment tab at dcpcsb.org. You can also submit your comments to public.comment@dcpcsb.org or call our public comment line to leave a voicemail testimony at 202-328-2660 and select option 2. As we move through each speaker, Courtney and Jonah, our Zoom hosts for the evening, will promote each speaker from the attendee pool and unmute individuals speaking. Tonight, we have 3 individuals who signed up to speak. I'd like to invite to testify the board Jonas Rolette, Briana Turner, and Tena Hunt. You will each have 2 minutes to speak. Jonas, I see you're there. If you wouldn't mind, we'd love to have you come on video, but if you're not comfortable,
No.
you are welcome to begin.
Sorry, I had a little technical issue. Thank you very much for having me, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Jonas Rolette, Chair of the proposed NewU Early College PCS. I want to just say that our city desperately needs bold and innovative solutions. The status quo isn't really enough. Youth employment is still rampant. Our population continues to leave the city, and too many families remain locked out of real college and career opportunities. I know we all agree on that. The established models are failing our students, and DC parents have clearly said they want something different, something free, accelerated, and transformative. So today you have a historic opportunity, a proven innovative solution that addresses these critical challenges head on at zero incremental cost or stand squarely in its way. We are rather shocked that the PCSB staff recommends denial, a position that's sharply at odds with a clear record in front of you. Our application meets or exceeds all statutory standards backed by proven expertise and the established record of our founding team. Yet throughout this process, including in the response to our letter, we've encountered serious procedural missteps, factual inaccuracies, and a troubling disregard for NACSA best practices, and even PCSB's own precedent. The board opened the charter application process this year. Clear recognition that unmet needs exist and suggestions that new schools are needed contradict that decision. Any perceived risks around our timeline, our staffing, our routine issues regularly handled via conditional approvals, exactly the approach you've wisely used with many others before. The only fiduciarily responsible choice tonight is clear. Approve our charter with conditions and deliver what DC families have explicitly asked for, a tuition-free, expedited pathway to college and career success. If the decision tonight is a denial, we will remain relentless for DC's families, pursuing every available avenue to secure their right to accessible free college and meaningful economic opportunity. Thank you very much. Our city is counting on you.
Thank you, Jonas. We appreciate your testimony this evening. Now I'd like to welcome, I think I saw Briana Turner.
Oh, wow, I'm first. Okay, let me pull it. I do have a 4-year-old, so just letting you know, there might be a little background noise.
It's okay. We like children. We go for
Yes.
children.
Yes. So, nice to meet you. I'm Briana Turner.
Hi,
My
Briana.
son is a student at DC Prep AEC. Love them. We just actually moved here. I'll say it's 7 months in that we've been at that school. And from day one, from my tour, just being with Miss Sharika on my tour, she made me feel comfortable. She was honest. She answered all of my questions. She followed up on the first day, made sure my son had an amazing week. Ever since we started that school, I've had unlimited support from his teachers, Miss Monroe and Miss Kayla, the smiling faces that we see in the front, Miss Coleman and Mr. Young. Miss Bridgewater is amazing, always has a smile on her face. My kid knows everyone. They know us by face. And it's only been 7 months. So that says a lot about the community of DC Prep for me. Also, my son has special education services. Yes, give me a minute, okay? It's like, can I watch TV? He gets extra support services, so they have truly been supportive through that. I mean, that was a lot to find out that your child needs more support and it's special ed, which I'm just being transparent, but they made sure that they secured me and gave me reassurance that we're going to be with you every step of the way. We're not just going to tell you that you need this and then just throw you to the wolves. We're going to give you the support, the treatment, the services, and the patience and care that he needs. So shout out to Ms. McCall too, his special education teacher, and Dr. Chancellor. So they're great. I guess my testimonial tonight is to just show that what we're doing already works, but if we keep it up, we can do better, because we already have the tools. We have these amazing educators. We have passionate people who do not play the radio about our kids and our education. And that's important. I'm like 2 times HBCU graduate, so you can imagine how I feel about my son going to school, so that's about all. I love the school. I honestly, it's too good to be true, because I'm from Florida, so that's 14 hours away. So I hope that my testimonial helps.
No, well, welcome to DC. We appreciate you being here, and we also appreciate you being such an invested parent. Like the fact that you were just roll calling all of those wonderful educators who are helping your son and make you feel so welcome. It's the experience that we want all of our families to have. So
Yes.
welcome to our city, welcome to our sector, and it's our hope that that continues to be your experience for
Yes.
what we know is your most important person. So thank you so much, Ms. Turner.
Yes, thank you.
You have a good one. Thank you. Tamika Hunt, how are you?
I'm well. How are you, Madam Chair?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You can begin.
All right. Good evening, PCSB board. My name is Tena Hunt. I have two children who attend DC Prep. They're in the 6th and 8th grades. One thing that I really value about my children's school is they have a really strong sense of community, and the staff truly cares about them. My son is a founding member of DC Prep, so the care that they get from the community has been consistent and consecutively throughout the years. You can tell that the staff truly cares about the individual growth. The teachers are dedicated; they go above and beyond, as well as the staff, the operations team, and all of the administrators. My kids, they feel supported, they are inspired and encouraged, both academically and emotionally, and that's a real big focus about their emotional well-being as well. Tonight, I know that you are considering the move from AEC to V Street to Pomeroy Road. I hope that you will approve the request. This move will not only simplify the drop-off and pickup process for the families with children that have multiple children from different locations from both campuses, but consolidating to one location will definitely help to simplify that process for the parents. It also will provide AE students with a better building suited to their programmatic needs, and it will also streamline the operations of running two campuses that are currently a mile apart. So in closing, I believe that this move will create a better, more efficient, and supportive environment for all of our students and families. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. Like I said to Ms. Turner, I appreciate that this has been your experience and really appreciate you coming and sharing with us the experience that you're having in the sector. I'm glad to hear that it's going well for your two students and hope that that will be the case for all of our students that attend the schools. And thank you for sharing your perspective on the move. It means a lot to hear from parents about how this will streamline your reality in terms of, pick up, drop off, and
Absolutely.
so, well, thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Thanks, bye. Thank you to our speakers this evening. This concludes the public portion of our agenda. Now we're going to, our next item is about Seed Public Charter School. Before beginning this discussion, I want to be clear about what we will be doing tonight. We are here to listen and ask questions to learn more from Seed leadership about what is happening at the school. We are not here to take any formal action. We acknowledge the multiple media stories about the alleged events that occurred at this school. We know there's an active investigation by MPD, and we want MPD to complete their work without any outside interference. That said, this LEA has appeared before this board this school year where issues surrounding student safety and legal compliance have been raised as documented in our previously issued notice of concern. While PCSB staff are preparing an update on that status of our work with the LEA since issuing the notice of concern, and we will report out on the same at a future meeting, tonight we fully expect PCS leaders to speak to actions they have taken before and since the most recent incident to ensure student safety. I am very familiar with PCS. On a recent visit to the school, I had the opportunity to meet with the school leadership and staff, as well as some impressive young people who attend Seed. Those young people were honest and straightforward. They raised concerns they have about the school, and they also spoke candidly about what was working well at the school and the changes that they have seen. So again, to reiterate, there will not be any vote tonight about Seed. Our job at this moment is to listen and learn more. So with that, I yield the floor to Melody Sampson, Chief School Performance Officer, excuse me, Melody, to introduce the discussion. I would also like to invite representatives from the school while Melody is sharing with us. Dessa Seeley, Rosen Hood, Leslie Poole, Michelle Pianum, Stacy Stewart, Courtney Thompson, Lauren Baum, and Detective Lenita Bynes. If you can promote them, Jonah, while Melody starts with us.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Good evening, everyone. My name is Melody Sampson, and I am DC PCSB's Chief School Performance Officer. Tonight, the board will discuss health and safety concerns with representatives from or in relation to Seed Public Charter School. On May 14, 2025, DC PCSB learned of an alleged sexual assault at Seed Public Charter School involving 3 of its students. The alleged incident occurred on May 6th at the end of the day program. The Metropolitan Police Department is investigating the alleged incident, and DCPCSB has initiated a third-party evaluation. DCPCSB staff have engaged in increased oversight of Seed Public Charter School since October 2024. As Chair Wright just mentioned, the school has been subject to a notice of concern since October because it failed to adhere to local and federal special education compliance regulations and DCPCSB's data reporting expectations. In addition to monitoring the school's progress, meeting the expectations set under the notice of concern, DCPCSB staff also conducted unannounced observations of the school's evening program in January 2025 and February 2025. DCPCSB staff looks forward to sharing its findings with the board and public in a subsequent meeting. For now, I will turn it over to the board to engage with Seed Public Charter School and its related parties.
Thank you, Seed School, for being here this evening. I'm not sure who is going to represent. I don't know if that's you, Ms. Hood, or if that's you, Ms. Seeley, in terms of who's going to lead us off. Can you tell me?
Sure.
Who would, or maybe I just saw Ms. Poole. Ms. Poole.
Sure. I'm Deza Seeley. I'm chair of the CDC board. Now I'll kick us off and then hand off to our head of school, Rosen Hood.
Okay, thank you.
So I am Deza Seeley, chair of the DC Seed Board of Trustees. Accompanying me are my fellow trustees, Robin Chait and Dr. Angelita Buckman, and in the audience, Tremise Jeffries. I am also joined by Leslie Poole, CEO of the Seed Foundation, Rosen Hood, DC head of school, DC Seed head of school, and Vincina Allen, Chief Growth Officer and Vice President of the Seed Foundation. We are here today in response to a request to appear to discuss the health and safety of Seed school students. This request was prompted by recent media reports of an alleged incident involving a Seed school student. I would like to begin by stating that the Seed school trustees, the foundation board, and the Seed school senior staff are totally committed to the safety and security of all of our students. It is our top priority. We are constantly reviewing our safety and security protocols and regularly take steps to improve them to ensure that our students can thrive in a safe, secure environment. The Seed school trustees and the Seed Foundation were made aware of the incident the day after it was reported. Communications with the head of school began immediately thereafter. The Seed school trustees, the foundation, and the head of school have been working closely together to provide proper support and responses to the students involved, their parents, and guardians. The parents of uninvolved students and other stakeholders have also been informed. There have also been ongoing discussions about the actions taken by the head of school in response to the incident. Unfortunately, the incident that prompted our appearance today has legitimately raised concerns about our existing protocols. Consequently, we are currently investigating the breakdowns that occurred and what needs to be done to ensure that such an incident does not occur again. Our immediate preliminary investigation determined that certain staff members and contractors failed to properly execute their responsibilities for maintaining the safety of our students. As a result, some staff members and contract employees have been terminated, while others have been the subject of disciplinary action. The severity of the discipline was determined by their level of failure to execute their respective responsibilities. We do believe that there is a fact about the May 5th incident that requires clarification. It sounds like you may know this. It was mentioned in the initial briefing. The incident itself occurred at 4:10 p.m. in an academic building and not while students were in the dormitories in the evening, as was reported by some media. As a part of our unwavering and ongoing commitment to the safety and security of all of our students, a school safety audit was conducted in January 2025, which led to additional measures being implemented to create a safe and secure environment. Some of those measures included increased room checks between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., additional training on diffusing elevated situations, use of technology to track student whereabouts, increased behavior monitors in the evening, escorting students from the dorm to the academic building, and a general increase in the adult to student ratio on the Seed School campus. We will continue these safety audits on a quarterly basis. Because this incident is the subject of an ongoing investigation by the Metropolitan Police Department, we are limited as to what information we can share. However, we can assure you that it has prompted us to take further short-term steps to guarantee student safety and security. We have hired additional security staff, put our security contract out to bid for a new security contractor, and are requiring daily attendance reports for students and staff. However, these are short-term measures, and we believe the May 5th incident requires us to do an in-depth internal investigation to identify any systemic or institutional deficiencies that prevent us from creating the safe, secure conditions that our students require. Toward that end, we have retained an outside third-party law firm to conduct an internal review of the May 5th incident and our current safety and security protocols. If deficiencies are identified, the law firm will make recommendations for improvements that we will implement immediately. In closing, SEED takes its obligations to provide a safe and secure environment for all of our students very seriously. Doing so requires continuous vigilance and taking whatever steps are necessary to see that our students reach their full potential in a caring and safe environment. We believe it's important to be here today to answer any questions that you may have, subject to areas where we may be limited by privacy concerns. Thank you. I would also like to add, if they can be brought up to speak, Robin Chait and Dr. Angelita Buckman. Is that possible?
Yep, Jonah, Courtney, I'm sure you've heard those requests. Can you read them with names one more time, just so we can make sure?
Robin Chait
Okay.
and Dr. Angelita Buckman.
Okay. While we wait for them, I think, did I hear that you were going to, that Ms. Poole was going to speak as well? I mean, Ms. Hood was going to speak next as well? Or did you want Robin or Angela to?
They were going to speak first. If we can't pull them up, then I think we are open to questions.
Okay, I
And
see Robin. So
okay,
there's
let's pull Robin up. Great.
Good evening, PCSB board. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Robin Chait. I work in the education space and know some of you in that regard. I've been on the SEED board for the past 2 years. I just wanted to share that we're aware of this incident. We are aware of the past incidents. We're very concerned about these issues. The health and safety of our students is of primary concern to all of us, as Dessa mentioned. And we are actively engaged in coming up with solutions and talking to staff about the solutions that they're devising to address all of these issues. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you for that, Robin. Ms. Buckman, did you want to speak as well?
I'm Dr. Angelita Buckman. I've been on the board for 5 years. I started out as a parent representative. My daughter started at Seed School in the 6th grade, and she graduated in 2023. I believed in the Seed School, and I continue to believe in this, and believe and support the Seed School. Again, like the Robin said, I'm aware of what's going on, and we have met, and we meet when things occur to come up and strategize on how to make the school safe and a better place to educate our students in the community.
Thank you for that, Dr. Buckman. Anyone else before we
Why don't we move forward with questions and we'll have the appropriate people respond.
Okay. Well, first, I want to just start us off by acknowledging that this is probably a very difficult time for your entire school community. None of us get into this work with the expectation or desire for children we've been given the privilege to educate to experience harm, allegedly experience any harm in our care. So thinking about you all during this time, thinking about your school community, your staff, families, et cetera. You talked a little, you shared a lot, I think answered the questions, and that's what we wanted. We really wanted to hear about what you're doing, and very sensitive to the fact that this is ongoing and you are getting to the root of that. You talked about some of the short-term immediate responses that also align with some of the longer planning that you have been doing in response to the notice of concern. One of the things you mentioned was a change in staff. How are you managing those transitions, particularly so late in the year, in order to obviously making the decision that you needed to make as a response of that, but that is a loss in staff. It's a loss of personnel and people there. How are you planning for that and covering that transition so that you do continue to ensure safety as you are working through the next steps?
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna let Rosen take that.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the board. We have addressed that through shifting immediately when we knew termination was the only response. We actually had a new blessing special education teacher coming on board 2 days later, which allowed us to do some shifting, but we ensured through looking at IEPs, looking at coverage around, we had a dedicated aide involved in that we were in need of, that we shifted from the larger setting into our RISE program, and then we readjusted our culture team. So we've expanded, actually tripled our culture team from the beginning of the year with both student conduct monitors, behavior techs, and assistant deans. And so we were able to shift people around to ensure full coverage and exceed actually our student to staff ratio, specifically in our high needs areas, but ensure that they were covered.
Okay. Can you share a little bit about what your staff to student ratio is in both the day and the evening program?
So in the day program, and specifically in our self-contained space, we call the RISE in Phoenix space, there are 7 full-time staff members, and there are a total of, when all present, 14 students, because we have 2, and Michelle P&M is on here too. So 2 dedicated aides in that room. So 5 additional, and then we have active core content teachers that come down to the room. So that's the ratio in there. Our evening ratio is approximately 15 or 17 to 1. We have a higher or a lower ratio, higher percentage of staff on our freshman and sophomore floors in the dorm. And then in the evening, we have 1 person on each floor. We have an overnight manager. And within the first month back, we opted to bring on 2 full-time security to each dorm, outside security that are in the dorm from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay.
Rosie, can I just ask you to clarify, because I think you know the language. You said we have 1 person, but you mean in the overnight, we have 1 person.
Oh, yes. Excuse me. So yes, in the overnight, there is 1 person per floor from 10 to 7 a.m. And our other RAs are split shift. So they are on from 3 to 10 and then again from 7 to 9. And that ratio is the one that's about 15 or 17 to 1. We also have floating staff in our student life program. So they fill in if someone is out or give extra support. And we did increase our culture team in the evening. It was initially a dean for each dorm. Last year, we increased it to a dean specifically assigned to each dorm. And then there are 4 additional student conduct monitors that have specific assignments throughout the evening and are here from, they're here till 11 p.m. And then we also have a group of student life counselors, and their hours are 11 to 8 p.m. And they help carry both the academic and this SEL component, marry the daytime to the evening, but they also are part of supervision. So they are additional full-time staff.
Okay. And so how do you think about that? Because as we've heard in the introduction and then just heard from the board chair, this happened, sounds like kind of during that transition time, not one specific, part of the program. How are you thinking about, or what adjustments have you made for that transition period?
So we specifically at the front end of the year, the last part of our academic day is called Falcon Hour, and it's a specific intervention time from 3:30 to 4:25. So our academic day ends at 4:25. We opted before the year started to bring student life into that space to work alongside the teacher and to have students positioned based on their house. So they are already with their RA, and we did that to avoid additional moving around from Falcon Hour. The academic day ends and they have a huddle immediately after. So they're all in the same group. This is our RISE group. So they are students who are with that specific special education teacher in that space through Falcon Hour. So the transition is from that Falcon Hour up to their huddle on the second and third floor. We now have clarified who is to escort students to the next space because they are the only students moving during that time, if that makes sense. There's a 5-minute break, but everyone else is assigned. So I'm in here for Falcon Hour, and then the academic person leaves, and I'm still in this huddle with my RA. That makes sense. We also have athletics that start at that time. One of the young people involved is on an athletic team. So they were the first to notice, where's this young person? The person's always first to practice. That protocol is at the beginning of each season. There's a list that goes to all staff about tryouts, and then there is a roster of who made the team. Every Sunday night, the whole staff receives a layout of the practices and games for that week. So you're aware, oh, okay, these 5 people on Tuesday are going to right now flag football practice. So if they are not at flag football practice, we have a universal tracking system all staff have access to. And you can see John went to a doctor's appointment or Susan went home sick. So the expectation is staff tracks that and checks in with that. There's also an expectation that students, which is really on the staff, notify if they're not going to be at a practice, just so the coach knows in advance, but they have access to that system. But as a very small group moving, we did that on purpose in the transition from the academic day into the evening. And at that point, the attendance is taken 5 times between that move and when they return to the dorm. So we minimized or curtailed a lot of the movement in the evening program compared to last year in terms of them being with their RA, staying with the RA. Then they are escorted to dinner. Then they are escorted to the Spark. So there's not, in the transition time, this issue came up because of our group going from first floor academic up to the second and third floor. So we have clarified the escort in that situation.
Chair Wright, can I ask her to clarify something?
Yeah, by all means, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rosen, the chair asked a very specific question about how we were going to manage it. In addition to what we're doing, there is also a protocol where a security guard is actually walking our building, right? So there's another layer.
Yes.
Right. And so can you I just want to make sure they understand that both we are minimizing the amount of movement, we are revisiting and refreshing and holding people accountable for the protocol about accounting for young people. And then there's this other layer of how someone is actually monitoring back hallways during these times. And so can you just speak to that, please?
So we have 2 security on duty in the front during the waking hours, and the assignment is 1 hourly move throughout the building, and there are specific points throughout, depending on the time of day, the academic building where that individual is required to go. We made a change because we did not see that individual in our in researching, investigating. That person should go in the back hall, should notice if students are not where they're supposed to be or just not accompanied by an adult. We also have a protocol where our bathrooms remain locked at all times. So the only way students can access a restroom is with an adult who lets the student in, waits on all floors. That's is not unique to this space. And so that there was a breakdown in that too. The restrooms are not opened on this campus. At any time you have to have access through an adult and a key, the adult waits.
Okay. Okay. Well, understanding that you all are in the middle of an active investigation, will not push on those details. But I did want to appreciate the thoroughness of which you shared, kind of what you've done up to date, how you are responding, and then recognizing and respecting any, very specifics. I do want to just open it up to any other board members that may have a follow-up before I turn it over to our executive director.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you, team, for being here and for your response to our questions so far. Ms. Poole, you opened up some questions and was hoping to elaborate a bit more on how the foundation is supporting the school through this.
Thank you for the question. So obviously with the board, with the school leadership, we are concerned about the safety of all young people. And so we have actually intensified both our resource support and our monitoring. So I think in terms of information flow, I think we have increased, and I'll use both this incident and the notice of concern. We have actually increased the amount of information sharing that we are actually both seeking from the school and verifying and trying to deeply understand, and sort of not waiting for information on a monthly or a quarterly basis. So we have sort of pushed in to our data collecting. We have increased our, so we are meeting with the school leader at least once or twice a week, so that we are understanding not just, we're understanding all incidents. As it relates to this particular incident, we are ensuring that not only are we fully cooperating, but that we understand, we are investigating our investigation, right? We are making sure that we completely understand what happened. I also think that the foundation is ensuring that the head of school and the senior leadership have the resources to actually do whatever is needed. So we had a resource conversation with the school leader regarding how to ensure that they have what they needed post this incident, be it additional security, be it additional support, mental health support. So I think that we have been doing some resource monitoring. I'm looking at my notes here. So we've been monitoring, we've been looking at the data, we've been making sure that our school leader, we understand what happened, when it happened. We're also trying to understand where and if we are in compliance or where something failed. We've been asking those questions. Was there a breakdown in something? And so I think those are the ways in which we have been leaning in. I think we've been just present and not waiting for the next data point, but just trying to actively understand. And I think just a lot of information sharing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you share for us what the formal relationship between the foundation and the school is? Is it at a governance level? I imagine that. And how involved is the foundation in programming and kind of day-to-day operations at the school?
So we are not involved in day-to-day operations of the school. We are involved in providing, so I'm looking at a number of, we provide support around all of the MAP testing. So with all of the quarterly interim assessments, we actually help the school implement that, understand the data. We provide support around the head of school support, ensuring that the head of school has a critical thought partner. We provide support as a network. We ensure that the school leader has access to the other school leaders to ensure that she has access to best practices across the SEED schools. We provide school programs regarding the SEED program model. We provide support in ensuring that the school actually has a strong school improvement plan and building the capacity of that school leadership to ensure that they understand root cause analysis. We ensure that as the school is looking at the network success measures, like what are the areas in which we run a number of COPs, communities of practice, around various, like the student life program. We run a process called the annual school review, which CDC, I think, just finished about 2 months ago. It's an annual review of key elements of the program, and we bring in out either folks, team members from other schools or other experts to actually look at key elements of the program and provide the school with feedback based upon a rubric of what a SEED school should look for. We provide some SEL and student life support and workshops. Where there are sometimes gaps, we've provided some support around annual benefits and talent recruitment, and provided support with branding and marketing, and then some shared costs. We share a network. We share a CFO across the network, providing the school leader with a CFO level of support. But as it relates to day-to-day, no, we're not day-to-day, right? We're providing strategic direction. We're monitoring fidelity of the program, and we're building capacity around accountability measures.
Thank you for that, Ms. Poole. So before I turn it over to our executive director, I also just want to, as we think about this time, I'd like to just hear quickly from Russell, and I don't know if it's best from you or another member of your team. How are you all thinking about supporting your students during this time and talking to them about the things that are happening and their kind of responsibility and understanding the consequences of behavior, right? You all run a high school, so you're talking about young adults that are making decisions. How are you thinking about the students? I've heard a lot about staff and what you're doing with staff, but what does this look like for your students? One, to take them through and support them through a time like this, but then also use this as learning opportunities and their responsibilities for also creating community and caring and taking care of one another. What is that looking like?
So what it looks like is we had a brief, very specific, we have town halls now weekly when they return on Sundays, and we pick a topic, and some are around like healthy relationships. A lot of them are geared towards how do we operate and function as a community that is respectful, treats others well. That community piece is probably the common thread. So last night, it's Monday, right? Last night was specifically about our student life leader talked specifically, and we divided up depending on the topic, either by house or like all the female students will come and then all the male identifying students, was specifically about respecting others, about the importance of being where you're supposed to be, responsibility and respect, but building off of that through our SEL curriculum has a number of pieces that align directly with this, as do our SEED core values. So there also is twice a week in student life, a time dedicated to teaching those skills. And then we did offer additional counseling if the information was triggering, depending on what a young person has been through, and made sure that students were aware of that. But really, we have worked this year, far before this incident, on how do you develop and build community? How do you acknowledge people's differences and still treat people with respect? How do I maybe don't like you, but we live in this very small space and we still need to operate in a way that's respectful and honoring of other people? So through our formal SEL platform, also through a number of, or through our house huddles, And then we also have tried to pull teachers in the classroom or make sure they too are covering the SEL standards, if that makes sense, in those areas that are around respect, responsibility, kindness, gratitude, that really we had a healthy relationship spark too, because that is a significant issue, I think, with young people in general. And again, this space kind of elevates that. But what does that look like and what does that mean?
Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank the Seed School representatives for being here with us this evening. Thank you, Melody, for kicking it off. Before we move to our next agenda item, I do want to turn it over to our Executive Director, Dr. Walker Davis, to close out this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Wright, and thank you to the SEED board and leadership for being here tonight, and our board and SEED for engaging in this important and difficult discussion tonight. As we've mentioned many times, ensuring that every student is safe and receiving a quality education, both during and beyond the traditional school day, is our top priority. And that is why, in response to the multiple community complaints and the ongoing MPD investigation, we are taking immediate steps to further evaluate the SEED school and protect student well-being. Board members, DCPCSB staff will also conduct a third-party evaluation with a specific focus on student safety and program oversight. In parallel, we will begin an off-cycle charter review, which means that we will be reviewing the SEED school in advance of their next 5-year review. And that review will be to assess the school's academic performance, operations, and overall compliance with the expectations of a public charter school. Depending on the outcome of the ongoing police investigation and our internal evaluations, staff may recommend immediate actions, including high-stakes conditions or more significant accountability measures. We know these are serious steps, but they are necessary ones. The safety and well-being of students must always come first. Thank you again for your thoughtful engagement tonight. As Melody shared at the top of this portion of our meeting, we will be back at another board meeting discussing SEED. We will share our findings with this board at such future meeting. So thank you again for the time, and thank you, SEED, for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
Thank you all. Next on our agenda are charter amendment requests. First, I yield the floor to Bijan Lane, Specialist, Sector Planning and Compliance in our School Performance Department, to introduce the request from Cedar Tree Public Charter School. I would also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks regarding this amendment request. Dr. Henderson, Yusha Janaith, Andy Botticello, and Shelanice Edison. If you can promote them, Jonah, while Bijan kicks us off.
Hello, my name is Bijan Lane, and I am a specialist in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will hear from Cedar Tree Academy Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter agreement. Specifically, the school seeks to expand its grade served and increase its enrollment ceiling. Cedar Tree Public Charter School currently serves grade pre-kindergarten 3 through 2, and the school will serve grade 3 beginning in school year 2025-26. Cedar Tree Public Charter School proposes to add grade 4 in school year 2026-27 and grade 5 in school year 2027-28. The school also requests to increase its enrollment ceiling by 80 students over time for a total of 680 students at capacity in school year 2028-29. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I see I welcome our Cedar Tree team coming on. Hi, Dr. Henderson.
Hello.
I see your other folks. I don't see them on video, but I'm assuming if you need, oh, there they're coming on. All right. Great. Hi, Cedar Tree team.
Hello.
All right, Dr. Henderson, if you'd like to introduce your team and their roles and then walk us through your proposal, we appreciate it.
Okay, I don't see everyone, but Selenis Edison, our school principal, is here. Usha Jayanthi, the chief financial officer, is here, and Andy Bonicello is here to talk about, he's on our development team. And we're here basically to answer any questions that you all may have. What we are proposing tonight is to add 4th and 5th grade to our grades that we serve. We will be doing that by adding, in addition to our existing building, we'd like to renovate our existing building and add to our existing building to help accommodate these new students, and also build a gym and a cafeteria to provide more for our students that we already serve and hope to serve. We also asked to grow by 80 students, and we did read in PCSB's recommendation that they do not support that enrollment ceiling, and we understand their rationale behind that. We do hope that you would support our application to grow to 4th and 5th grade. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding our growth plan and expanding onto our existing building and renovating our existing building.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. I'm going to kick us off before I open it up to the rest of the board. Can you talk to us about specifically about your desire to grow to 4 and 5 and how you are preparing for that? You've had such success with your current grade span. And so why mess with something that's working, right? We just approved you all for your 25-year continuance. And so why mess with something that's working? Please tell us more about that.
That is a great question, Madam Chair. It is truly very difficult. I don't really say we're messing with it, and I understand the question. We have done a great job, but we believe that we owe it to our parents to continue to provide such a great education as their children grow. Our parents have asked us year after year after year, please add the next grade, please add the next grade. And we have strategically not added grades until we felt like we were ready, both with our curriculum, our staff, a solid plan. We have been down this road before where we grew too fast and it did not end well. So we wanted to make sure that we were very strategic, and we just believe now is a great time. We're ready. Ms. Edison and her academic team, they've worked very hard. Usha, as you all know from our finances, we've saved a lot of money to do this and to do it well. Our new students, if you allow us to do this, they will come on board with all the needed materials, academically, technology. It will be a state-of-the-arts program, which all of our children that we serve so well deserve. They will get above and beyond our best, and it's just the timing is now right, Madam Chair.
All right, turning it over to Vice Chairman Salmon and then Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Dr. Henderson, I have a question about the last point you made in your presentation. It's about the relationship between the grade expansion and raising the enrollment ceiling. For me, the only real issue is whether it's necessary now to raise the enrollment ceiling to accommodate the grade expansion. I don't have any problem with the grade expansion. Do you think that you could successfully implement your grade expansion with the enrollment ceiling at the level it is right now, 600?
We do. And I respect the charter board's findings or words that they gave us, and they're not supporting our growth right now. We can implement 4th and 5th grade with the ceiling of 600 right now. And if we find that we need to continue to add students, we'll come back. We have no problems in coming back and saying, look, board, we're doing so well. We would like for you to consider us now at a later date to add additional students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Treasurer Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. And Thank you to the Cedar Tree team for appearing before us tonight. Dr. Henderson, I will reiterate Chair Wright's comments. You all were just before us recently with your review, and we touched on the renovation project a little bit. I intentionally refrained from commenting, but now is the time. So
I want you to know, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want you to know of this entire meeting, I was most concerned about your questions. And I said, Usha, our CFO, you better be ready because she's coming with questions.
I have questions. I have questions. In general, I expressed to you all before when you came before us. Now is just I will describe it as a trepidatious period to undertake a construction project. And I will leave it at that. And that is for we're talking about real estate developers and investors that are experienced and that do this all the time. And so folks that are on that level and anybody in between and on the other side of the level, I express concern. And so I remember, and I'm reading the report, I understand that you all have already started some pre-development, right? And correct. I know and I acknowledge that you've actually downsized your project from what I'm reading. It was initially supposed to be somewhat larger and you've downsized it. So I appreciate that. Talk to me about where you are right now, because you've spent a certain amount of funds in pre-dev. Where are you right now in terms of being ready to put shovels in the ground? What's your current status?
So financially, we are ready. We have secured new market tax credit financing. We've saved quite a bit of money on our own to make this happen. So financially, we are ready. We are having to go back before zoning just to make sure some things are right because we're in a floodplain zone, 500-year floodplain. I don't know all the details, but we feel very confident that financially we're ready. We've secured, like I said, the new market tax credit. We've scaled this project way down from where it was. Initially, we were building an entire new school. Now we're just renovating our existing school and adding an addition, which took the price down considerably.
Okay. And what's Dr. Henderson, you're going from, did I read you're expanding, is it 20,000 square feet? What's your expansion approximately?
So when we finish, total approximates 22,000 square feet. Yes.
Is the addition?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you've got your new markets tax credits. It's currently approved. You've got an approval?
That is correct.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
And that's all due to Andy Bonicello and his team and Usha Jayanthi and EdOps. Everyone worked very hard to make that happen. I've learned a lot.
I'm sure new market tax credits deals are not easy, and your equity number isn't shifting on you. You've got a solid equity investment under your deal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. And you've expended a certain amount of pre-dev, and you are comfortable with what you're going to spend from cash reserve. When I see you spending down your reserve, my spidey senses tingle. You have a sense of how much of your reserve you're going to spend down, and you're comfortable with that number, and you're not going to go over a certain threshold.
Absolutely. We are very comfortable with that number. We will not go over a certain threshold. Just throughout the years, Cedar Tree has maintained a very positive cash flow. We've actually gotten conversations from the charter board, like, why do y'all have so much money? And so we've said repeatedly, we are saving this money for this project. And we were always wanting to expand and build a gym, a cafeteria, and add state-of-the-art technology and all of these things to our current facility. So yes, ma'am, we have laid out a financial blueprint that will ensure we will not exceed our financing, and we will be able to deliver this project on budget.
Okay. Okay. And your timing is, this is through 2029, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And essentially there's no disturbance of your existing students. They'll just you'll operate from your current footprint and that won't disturb your programming and everything that you have going on in terms of construction. I mean, essentially, it'll be a construction site. I have no illusions as it relates to that, but you all won't disturb your programming.
We will not disturb the programming. We are working with the logistics on drop off and pickup, but we will not disturb the programming.
Okay. Okay. I have two other questions. You answered one of them as it related to the grade expansion. It was, do you need the ceiling increase to be able to do your grade expansion? And it sounds like the answer to that is no.
We don't. I totally understand PCSB's position on that denial or not supporting that growth a request at this time. And we're very comfortable if when we need the 80 additional students, we have no problems in coming back to the board and saying, look, this is what we're doing and we're doing it so well now, we really need y'all's support.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you something else. So you right now you sit at 399, right?
Sure.
And when I look at your projected enrollment over, between now and 2029, you produced a base case, a contingency case, and a break-even case in terms of your enrollment, specifically as it relates to sort of where you are, hopefully, and where you'll be once you've finished your project, right? So essentially, I'm trying to tie your enrollment to your financial performance in 2029. I appreciate seeing the ramp up and the scale up, and I appreciate seeing your break-even numbers. From what I can tell, you still need an additional about 100 students between now and 2029 to hit your break-even, right? That's not to put you flush of cash. Mm-hmm. That's just to hit your break-even. Talk to me about your confidence, because you clearly have it, your confidence that you're going to achieve those additional students when we know that you're just under 400 right now. And I think you've always been at that level.
Yes, I'm very confident. If you come to Cedar Tree, we're on Howard Road. There is a development on Howard Road. They just opened one section of 700, I think maybe 710 apartments, literally right across the street. They're in construction. In December, they're going to start the second phase of a 3-phase apartments. The second phase, I believe, I could have the numbers a little off, but it's also going to have 700 or more apartments. And right behind the school, still, you could throw a rock and hit these developments. You're going to have another 700 or plus units. That's not even talking about the new developments that's right at Berry Farms, where we used to draw a lot of our students from. So I am more than confident. We actually have a partnership with Red Brick. We allow them to use our facilities. First, we got one coming up in a couple of Saturdays where they're using our facilities to do some of their communication. And as a result, we're using them to help promote our school to their new residents and all of those things. So I feel so confident that we're going to make this enrollment. We have a built-in population that's coming right next to the school.
So that helps. So really your thought, Dr. Henderson, is that you've got obviously kids from matriculation that will go into your higher grades, but really you do have a growth strategy that is outreaching towards the community, is what I hear you saying.
Absolutely.
And new residents that are coming to your area.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I want everyone to come and drive down Howard Road, because if you came 6 months ago, it is totally different today.
No, I hear you. I agree with you. I'm quite familiar with a lot of the development that's going on in that area. I am happy to hear that you say that you're partnering with neighboring developers. That makes a lot of sense to me. I would have thought that a lot of those new residents would be younger, but it sounds like you're doing your research. So I'm gonna defer to you.
Yeah. I'm going to come back and you're going to see, you'll be like, she was confident and it worked.
I appreciate it. I have one other question. And hopefully Will and the finance team are available. My question was specifically about a statement in the report, Will. You and I were talking a bit about it. And so I'm trying to understand the way that we worded the financing and the fact that although there is no hard debt, and I understand Dr. Henderson saying that she essentially has new market tax credits, so it's equity, we make a statement that although there's no hard debt in 2029, there will be a significant increase in their occupancy expense. I want to just walk through that so that we understand that as a group and there's understanding for the good of the greater order.
Thanks, Treasurer Stanley Beatty. Yes. So you explained correctly what we discussed. Essentially, due to this expansion, that they will have not just an increase to their square footage, but also an increase to their cost per square foot. That's going from around $35 to $48 per square foot. And so the school is aware of this and has made plans for that. But it does create a not immaterial increase to their occupancy expenses. So that is absolutely the case, and that certainly is connected to some of the upgrades that they're doing in their space.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The only other thing I'll note, Chair Wright, and I've covered it already. I like I said, any construction project at this time makes me nervous, but I acknowledge and I appreciate the ramp up that is in the report that shows their break-even number. And that provides me with some comfort. So thank you. And thank you to the Cedar Tree team.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Cruzy.
Cedar Tree team, thank you so much for this. It's lovely to see you again. I am excited to hear about the confidence that you have in the incoming student population, the potential there with so much housing being built nearby. I'm curious, because we've seen in growth of housing in other parts of the city, and we're also mindful that there's quite a bit of mobility across schools. But right now, when students leave your school, where do they tend to go?
All over the city. We used to go to Achievement Prep and other very high performing schools in the area, but they go all over the city.
And I'm sure you've been able to connect with some students whose families have expressed interest in the possibility of continuing their journey on at Cedar Tree. Oh. But as you found over the years, do students continue currently? Like, what percentage of students, just off the top of your head, I realize you may not have all the numbers, but do you have continuous enrollment at the school? And if they do leave, are you factoring that same kind of attrition into the continuous journey that you'd hope for those continuing on through fifth grade?
We are factoring in that type of attrition. However, we do know, and we've heard from parents, that if you had fourth grade and you had fifth grade, we would stay. A lot of our parents have multiple children, and what happens, they will reach our second grade, and they have to go to another school. So they then have to take their 3-year-old or their kindergarten student, and they all have to leave. They don't have to, but it's convenient for parents to have multiple kids at one school. And so we've heard that a lot. And we believe that adding these additional grades will help mitigate that.
Okay, thank you for that. That is a rationale that we've heard from other LEAs for continuing on to add other grades. And it is certainly often, I think, a very honest expressed preference of families, but we also see in the data that families are mobile and kids are mobile. And if one student ends up leaving, they end up needing to take the other students as well. So I want to encourage factoring in conservative estimates of attrition, even though your program is unique and a family has chosen it and loved it for a lot of very real reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dr. Edison, before we close out, can you just talk to us about how you're thinking about the culture shift that will occur at Cedar Tree as a result of this, adding, because you have been this small little niche that's just been on the corner of Howard Road doing its own thing. How are you thinking about shifting that from a principal's perspective, right? And then a bigger building and all of those pieces that come with growth?
We were just, Dr. Henderson and I were talking about that earlier today, just what that looks like. So we are in the process now of redoing our student handbook, just so it encompasses those older grades, what that looks like when you add third, fourth, fifth grade, because it is different from early childhood, where, you have the smaller kids and you don't have a lot of the bigger issues. It's different. So we're having to just go back, look at our student handbook, add our disciplinary policy, add our attendance policy, just looking at that piece of it. So that's a lot of the work that we've started that we'll do over the summer, just adding those pieces in. Like we talked about with adding our second graders, we have it's set where our second grade parents will come in this summer with their students for summer school for a mandatory parent, like a training session, talking to them about Aspire. What does that look like? Because that's new for us. We've as far as going up into a higher grade. DC Cape, we've never had to do anything like that. So just having those conversations with our staff, sending them to the OSCE trainings, then having conversations with our parents as an ongoing, not just a one-time thing. This will be constant conversation throughout this year and the next year, just making sure that we all stay on top of it. As you know, attendance is a big issue. And we've done really well because our families matriculating, we know them and we know who our high flyers are and what that looks like, but now just really, really staying on it even more so, and just being more intentional about those things, because with bigger kids come bigger problems. So it's different. So
and bigger successes.
we're mentally preparing ourselves for what that looks like.
Yeah, even just at fourth and fifth grade, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. Treasurer Stanley Beatty, you had another question, and then we need to move on. So please be quick.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I just have one other question, Dr. Henderson, and Will, if you're on, you can answer it for me too. I think this is the case. I just want to confirm that the projected enrollment that we see in the report as it scales up to 2029, that includes the additional staff, that includes the additional overhead burden. All of that is taken into consideration. I just want to confirm that.
Yes, ma'am, 100%.
Okay, good enough. Okay, thank you. That's all, Chair Wright.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to be mindful. We haven't even gotten to the actual meeting yet. So thank you, Cedar Tree PCS, for being here. I think you know that we adore you all as a LEA and we see what you're doing. So thank you for your service, and we will see you next month for the actual vote.
Thank you.
All right, now I would like to, good night, everyone. Now I'd like to invite Bijan to return to introduce the request from DC Prep Public Charter School. I also invite representatives from the school to provide remarks regarding this amendment request. Aria Montecrief, Laura Maestra, Alicia May, and Dan Englander. If you all can come up while Bijan is walking us through this proposal. Welcome back, Bijan.
Sorry, I have my 3-year-old in the background as well.
We like your child too. We like all children, so we understand.
Hello again. Tonight, the board will hear from DC Preparatory Academy Public Charter School regarding its request to co-locate its Anacostia Elementary School with Anacostia Middle School campus. If approved, the elementary school will relocate from 1409 B Street Southeast to 2330 Pomeroy Road Southeast, beginning in school year 2025-26. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I see them slowly coming up. I see we have Laura. I don't see anyone else yet. Hi, Laura. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having us tonight.
No problem. I see the rest of your team coming up. We had the opportunity to hear from two of your parents who gave glowing remarks about their experience at your LEA. So congratulations on that. Says you guys are doing great work there.
Thank
All right,
you.
I think
That's
I
very
see your
kind.
team. So if you don't mind, go ahead to introduce who you have here today, and then we'll turn it over to you all.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, Chair Wright, members of the board, Dr. Walker Davis, and members of the PCSB team. I'm Laura Mayesthis, and I'm the CEO of DC Prep, a public charter school serving more than 2,100 students from preschool through 8th grade. Our 6 schools are located in wards 5, 7, and 8. Based on OSSI's school report card, we were the highest performing network of schools in DC last year. I'm joined tonight by Dan Englander, DC Prep CFO and COO, and Alicia May, DC Prep's Chief of School Operations. We're here to present our request to relocate DC Prep's Anacostia Elementary campus from its current location at 1409 V Street Southeast to 2330 Pomeroy Road Southeast. We are excited that with this move, our Anacostia Elementary and Middle campuses will be co-located in a beautiful renovated space that aligns with our programmatic needs, provides the environment our students and staff deserve, and simplifies life for the families that we serve. To understand this application, we wanted to start by reviewing a little bit about how we got here. So I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
Thanks, Laura, and thank you all. In 2015, we opened our Anacostia Elementary campus in temporary modular buildings on W Street Southeast, near Anacostia's Big Chair. A few years later, we were able to move a few blocks away into AEC's current home at 1409 V Street Southeast. It's a beautiful, nice school building, and we had every intention of remaining in that building forever. However, DC Prep's model is to pair an elementary school and a middle school. We started looking in 2015 for a school building to become the future home of AEC's sister middle school, Anacostia Middle Campus. In 2019, we signed a sublease that would allow us to open AMC in the basement of the Bernie building, which was being operated by Building Pathways as a charter incubator space. Our intention was that once Excel Academy, the former charter and now DCPS school, moved out of Bernie, AMC would grow up in Bernie and we would occupy most or all of the building. When it turned out that the district intended to reacquire Bernie for Excel's long-term use, we changed our plans, and we're thankful to be able to sign a long-term lease on the former Wilkinson Elementary School building. The 1970s building had not been used as a school since 2009, so it required significant renovations. And given its size, it was far too large for our middle school alone. To solve that challenge, DC Prep's board approved a 2-phase process. First, we would renovate half of the facility to house our Anacostia Middle Campus, which we completed in the summer of 2022. Second, we would renovate the second half of the Wilkinson building to be the home of our Anacostia Elementary Campus. This would allow us to co-locate AEC and AMC. As we heard from Ms. Hunt, that simplifies drop-off and pickup for families who have children at both locations and allows us to use our staff resources most efficiently. The space itself is also more conducive to serving students, allowing us to do things like provide much more outdoor space for play. We began communicating this 2-phase plan to staff, families, and external partners in the summer of 2021. I'm going to turn it over to Alicia to tell us where we're going now.
Thanks so much, Dan. In preparation for phase 2, we have done the following. We've secured, financed, and tested for financial feasibility. We've undertaken phase 2 of the Wilkinson renovation. We've leased our V Street school building to the DC government for DCPS's use for the next 10 years. And we've communicated with staff, families, and external stakeholders regularly about the move. In asking for your approval, we believe the following points are really important. First, the school we are asking to relocate is already operating in Ward 8, about a mile from its proposed home. We believe most of our families will make the move with us, so we do not anticipate impacting the enrollment of other schools in the area. Second, we propose co-locating AEC with its sister middle school. That means that many of the families of AEC students are already going to that location today, so it will have less of an impact on traffic than, say, if we had chosen to lease the second half of the building to a different school. Third, once the renovation is complete, the combined finished square footage of the 2 DC Prep campuses will be approximately 100,000 square feet. That is larger than our other elementary and middle school pairings in Edgewood and Benning. So we feel confident that there will be enough space to serve all of our Anacostia students. Finally, in this move, we are not seeking to serve more students. We plan to maintain the same enrollment that we currently have at AEC and AMC. Your approval is one of the final steps towards realizing our vision of bringing Anacostia Elementary Campus and Anacostia Middle Campus together at 2330 Pomeroy Road Southeast. And it will help us to continue the commitment that we made to families when we made the decision to operate our program in Ward 8, to partner with them to bridge the educational divide in DC. I'm going to now turn it back over to Laura.
Thanks. The final point that we wanted to make tonight is the why behind all of this request. Since school buildings are really a means to an end, a place where learning can happen, I want to close by focusing on whether we have evidence of DC Prep's impact in Ward 8. While DC Prep schools are, by law, open to any student within the district, they exist to serve the neighborhoods in which they are located. We opened AEC and AMC because Ward 8 families have attended DC Prep since our earliest days, and we believe that there should be rigorous college preparatory schools available in every ward. There is clear evidence that shows that DC Prep is helping to provide great schools in DC. First, we deliver results consistently both while students attend our schools and after. Based on last year's data, DC Prep was the highest performing network of schools in DC, as evidenced by OSSE's state school report card. In 2024, all 3 of DC Prep's middle schools were recognized by the DC Math Hub and Empower K-12 as citywide bright spots in math, indicating that our middle schools were helping students grow faster than peers across the city. Over our 22-year history, more than 95% of our 8th grade graduates have gone on to graduate from high school. That's nearly 20 percentage points higher than the statewide graduation rate of 76% in school year 23-24. And our alumni are graduating from college at a rate that is 5 times the national average for their peers. Second, we are particularly effective at serving students who are experiencing economic disadvantage. In 2024, less than 18% of economically disadvantaged students citywide met proficiency goals in ELA, and 8.2% met proficiency goals in math. Today, 65% of DC Prep students are considered to be experiencing economic disadvantage, meaning that they are unhoused in the foster care system or their families receive SNAP or TANF benefits. As a network, we have 1 or more schools make the Empower K-12 Bold Performance list every year. Specifically, Anacostia Middle Campus has earned the Empower K-12's Bold Performance distinction every year that it has been eligible for this honor. Anacostia Elementary School earned an honorable mention for this honor in 2023. And on OSSE's most recent school report card for economically disadvantaged students, DC Prep had the highest middle school and second highest elementary school framework scores of any LEA in DC. We would be glad to answer any questions that you may have for us tonight. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Just you may have done it and I didn't listen. Can you, Alicia and Dan, what are Alicia and Dan's roles at the school?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Dan is our CFO, COO, and Alicia is our Chief of School Operations.
Okay, thank you. Before I turn it over to the board, I'm going to start with Vice Chairman Salmon. I'm very familiar, obviously I live in the ward, so I'm very familiar with the school. Right in that area, traffic is, I mean, my goodness, I can't even think of a word to describe like what it's like right there, and particularly thinking about coming down Stanton Road and Pomeroy, like all of that. What has your communication with the surrounding community been like? While I understand that I think I heard you say, Alicia, you don't anticipate a lot more traffic because it would be the hope is existing families, that your school is open to anyone, right? And that you're gonna have scholars that come that don't currently go to your school because now you're offering that closer. What does it look like? What work have you done to create traffic studies, to work with the community, et cetera, around this increased volume?
Alicia, do you want to start by speaking a little bit about traffic and parking?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Thank you, Chairman. So we've already begun planning for how we're going to operationalize arrival and dismissal as a cohesive school community. We're going to be planning our arrival and dismissal procedures as a campus-wide routine, not as two individual schools. So our teams are working together, doing a lot of co-observations right now of arrival and dismissal, codifying what's working, and also making plans for what we need to adjust. Additionally, as a part of that building of the procedure and of the arrival dismissal routine, additionally, this year we started working with off-duty MPD officers to help us with making sure that traffic patterns and traffic flow are really effective. And those off-duty officers are also helping us with parking enforcement to make sure that people are not parking illegally, especially during peak arrival dismissal times. So we started that this year at all of our campuses. And so we will continue that partnership, and we will have 2 off-duty MPD officers at the Pomeroy building next year, or at our Wilkinson campus next year, to help ensure that the dismissal routine is safe and efficient and positive. Additionally, with our staff, another point to share, our staff have to commute to and from campus. So we have parking in the building. We have 69 spaces. And so we are using the DDOT's traffic demand management plan to incentivize staff to carpool. And the staff who do carpool will be guaranteed one of those parking spots on campus for free, as well as we have a commuter benefit as well that we give to staff to encourage the use of public transportation. So we're doing a lot of planning proactively and communication with our staff and with our community so that we can have as minimal of a negative impact on the surrounding community. And also, because arrival and dismissal are such an integral system to start the day, it's such an integral procedure, we also are doing this planning to make sure that students and families have a positive start to the day and a safe dismissal from the day as well.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chairman Salmon?
My question is related to, but different from Chair Wright's. Community engagement is a critical requirement for a facility amendment. I know that back in 2021-22, when you were making arrangements to move to the Pomeroy Street property, to move the middle school there, you engaged with the community. And you disclosed at that time that your ultimate plan was to have the elementary school there too. My question is whether you've updated your community engagement. Do you have current community engagement about the movement of the elementary component of the school into the Pomeroy facility? Because I can imagine that with traffic conditions being what they are currently, that people might feel differently about it now than how they felt in 2021 or 2022.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we've shared information with the ANC both before phase 1 and phase 2 construction. We've also spoken with the commissioner close to the current AEC location. She invited me to speak at a meeting of the commission. I spoke with them in May of 2024, so that we made sure that that community was also aware of our plans to relocate the building. I also updated Dr. Reed and Dr. Walker Davis in May of 2024, and I've connected with Ms. Lockridge in Councilmember White's office. We spoke on a couple of occasions, but most recently we connected by email in March of 2025, and then we connected over video message in, I think it might have been April. It was like shortly before she transitioned out of the council member's office.
And what has their response been?
They all expressed excitement for our families having one location, because it was helpful to be able to message exactly what you said, right? Which was, this has always been the plan that we have communicated, and this is our opportunity to continue to deliver on the plan that we originally outlined.
Thank you.
Secretary Adamafania?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, to the DC Prep team. I have two questions. Question number one, around community engagement. I too live right there, drive by it every day to take my baby to school. So I definitely am familiar with the traffic and all that. Question one, what if any conversations have happened with Moton Elementary School? I know that Moton is not too far from the Pomeroy location, but just wondering if you all gave any thoughts or considerations around impact to the student population there, and have you engaged in conversations with Moton at all or anything like that?
It's a great question. I have not been in conversation with Moton. Our assumption is that our families are going to be coming with us from AEC's current location, and we already have been collecting information on like re-enrollment rates. And I think I'm going to look to Dan in a second, who can share an update on like what percentage of our families have already responded that they're going to be re-enrolling. But that is really our goal, is to make sure that we're bringing our families that we're currently serving with us to the new location.
As of today, and we're still talking to our last families, as of today, 87% of our current families have already re-enrolled with us for next school year. We've been doing a lot to share the plans for the move and the plans for the new building, and we've heard back a lot of excitement from our families about the new facility. And so, as Laura stated, we're expecting the vast majority of our families to travel with us from V Street to the Wilkinson building.
Okay. You said 87% re-enrolled, correct?
Thus far, yeah.
Okay. Second question, Metro announced a reduction to stops along bus routes. And so just wanted to know if you all had researched the impact that that would have around your school. I know that you just mentioned you wanted to encourage staff to take public transportation, certainly families. Just curious if you all had researched any impact that would be to your students in your travel to schools.
Laura, I don't mind jumping in on this one. We have spent a little bit of time. Thank you for that question. Where the school is currently located, there's pretty good transit even in the new better bus network from the Anacostia Metro. So the east-west travel, we're finding that a lot of families who use that are not impacted. It's really the north-south travel where we're finding there's an elimination of a route that may impact some of our families. It is still accessible. You just have to go back over to MLK up and around, which is less convenient for our families. So we have been trying to help communicate the coming changes to our families so that they're aware of how they're going to have a plan for how they're going to travel to the new campus.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last part? You're saying the north-south route? Can you, that part again, just the way?
Yeah, the east-west route that many of our families use is maintained. It has a new number in the Better Bus Network, but that sort of route they would go is maintained. But the north-south route that kind of travels along from 14th Street up north, hits Morris Road, and continues on, that route's eliminated. So families that currently live along that route, we're trying to work with to make sure they have a plan for how they're getting to school.
Okay, thank you.
Before I turn it over to Treasurer Stanley Beatty, Laura, I might just, as you heard Vice Chairman say, in terms of engagement, while you are not responsible for Moton Elementary School at all, I do think part of being a good neighbor and like being part of the city would be worth a conversation just with your partners in terms of making sure that they know about your plans, et cetera. Treasurer Stanley Beatty? I'm sorry, Lord, but you came off mute. I'm sorry. Did you want to say
I was just
something?
going to say, I appreciate that. I noted that for myself. I will make sure that we do that. And I apologize that we didn't do that sooner.
Good. You still got time. You're good. All right, Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair Wright. DC Prep team, I have a few questions for you. I'm going to start probably unsurprisingly to you about your construction project. Okay, so from what I understand, your project is projected at 24 million. And is that the entire thing? I noticed you talked about phase 1 and phase 2. Is the 24 million the entire project, or is that phase 2?
The 24 million is the phase 2.
Okay, so that's your phase 2. Where are you in that project? Have you started pre-dev? Where are you in understanding your budget, understanding if your costs are going to rise on you during given tariffs. Where are you in your planning and budgeting?
We have already started work at the campus with our contractor. We're under our guaranteed maximum price, so we're feeling confident that we're going to be able to deliver under that budget. There's always the risk of unforeseen circumstances, but we're far enough along that we believe there's relatively low risk of any unforeseen circumstances, and we are operating under a guaranteed maximum price.
Okay. And your project goes from 2025 to 2029, is that right? What's your duration?
Of the construction project itself?
Yes.
It will be complete this summer in time for the coming school year.
Oh, great. So then it's a few months then.
That's right. That's right. It's coming along fast.
So give me your duration. Give me the actual construction period.
Construction began in the fall in October, and substantial completion is August 4th of 2025.
Okay. Okay. Very good. And in terms of how you are financing it, you all are undertaking debt. This is not new market tax credits. This is actually debt.
The debt has already closed. We had a round of financing in 2024, which was both for this phase 2 construction of Wilkinson and for the refinancing of a former new market tax credit debt.
That's the part I didn't understand. Explain that to me.
We had debt at our V Street campus. As I know you're aware, new market debt has a 7-year compliance period after which it must be refinanced. So it happened to align that the required refinancing for our new market debt came at the same time as our new construction project. So we combined both of those together in a $36 million financing.
I got it. Okay, that I was missing that connection. And so in terms of the total debt, the 36 million, is that short-term debt or is it long-term? I know the new
long-term debt. It's a tax-exempt bond, amortized over 30 years.
Perfect.
Coincident to our existing debt to end in 2041.
Perfect. Okay. All right, good enough. I didn't connect those dots. Thank you for that. And then in terms of your projected enrollment, I see that you're projecting no change from 2026 to 2030. And at that number, that sustains your new debt.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is around the V Street building that you've leased, which is great. Will, I'm going to ask if you have the ratio for me to provide the ratio. I'm curious in terms of your rental contract. You're going to be responsible, obviously, for maintaining the building as a landlord, but there is some buffer there between your rent and your expenses.
That's correct. Okay. The annual revenue does exceed the expenses. Obviously, we have to plan for unforeseen expenses if we have to replace the HVAC system or other unforeseen expenses, but it will allow us to comfortably act as landlords without risking our financial position.
That's what I was getting to. And hopefully there's some reserve for you in there if there's excess. Will, do we know the ratio, Will?
Wrong button. The report that we have from the school doesn't speak specifically to the ratio, just that it is in excess of the rental cost. The school, DC Prep, is responsible for covering the cost of the facility's repairs, maintenance, and insurance. And so the school should speak specifically to their predictions of how much that excess will offset those costs.
Perfect. Okay. And then there was one other piece in the report that spoke to a potential plan to maybe sell the building. I just want to understand, and the only reason why I bring it up is because there's a paragraph, and you all get these reports, and so you've read it. There's a paragraph that speaks to a decrease in your occupancy expense if you're able to sell the building, right? In the event that you don't sell it, the idea is that your occupancy expense will stay what it is. That's why I ask about the ratio in terms of your rent to expenses. That's where I'm going with that, because there seemed to be a mention of you potentially selling.
Yes, thank you for asking that. You know, as a school and an operator of schools, we want to spend our time and our energy educating students. We don't want to be a landlord. We're in the position where we're a landlord right now, and we're able to do it financially, but if the opportunity arose that we were able to sell the building, that would allow us to devote more of our organizational energy towards educating students, and I think that would be attractive to us.
Yeah. Understand, and I'll be careful about the way I ask this. Obviously, your contemplation of potentially selling is clear to DCPS, and you've evidenced it in the way that you should in terms of your lease with them and your communications.
That's correct. There are specific clauses in the lease with regards to transfer of it.
Very good. That's it for me, Chair Wright. Thank you, DC Prep team.
Okay. I don't think we have any other questions from board members. So with that being said, thank you, DC Prep PCS, for being here. And again, kudos to you for the experiences that you're creating for your students. And we look forward to seeing you next month when we actually vote.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all. Finally, on our public hearing agenda is a request for a policy revision. I yield the floor to Kirsten James, Director of Accountability in our School Performance Department, to introduce the proposal and recommendation for the revisions to the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide. Welcome, Kirsten.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Kirsten James, a director in the School Performance Department. Tonight, staff is requesting that the board hold a public hearing on proposed updates to the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide, the authoritative reference for how the Aspire system works, including its measures, targets, and business rules. DCPCSB is committed to ensuring the Aspire system is a reliable and transparent measure of school performance. As part of this commitment, the Aspire and Policy and Technical Guide will generally be updated annually to reflect necessary refinements and clarifications that have surfaced, particularly during the academic production cycle. We've received 2 public comments on this proposal, and most of the revisions we're recommending are based on feedback directly from schools. The proposed updates fall into 3 main categories. 1, clarifying business rules. 2, adjusting certain floors and targets. And 3, expanding improved assessments and certifications. Let me quickly walk through a few highlights. First, the business rules. We propose technical clarifications, such as aligning medical assessment exemptions with OSCE's policy, rounding class scores to the tenths as OSCE provides them, and adjusting how we count early childhood and high school, such as students with only 1 assessment score and advanced coursework taken in the summer. The proposed revisions also clarify how adult education program participation and certification attempts are counted towards persistence rates. Second, on floors and targets. For the pre-K only framework and the pre-K to 8 early childhood sub-framework, we're proposing to adjust the floor for the GOLD early childhood assessment because the current 85 to 100% range is too narrow, which can cause big swings in scores for schools with small student groups. We also originally proposed raising pre-K in-seat attendance rate target to 90%, which was initially raised by a public commenter in 2024 who cited research supporting the shift. But we've also received public comment this year asking us to reconsider this revision, given that pre-K attendance isn't mandatory and targets are supposed to stay in place through school year 25-26. For the adult education framework, the floor for the persistence rate measure will be adjusted to 60%, aligned with the existing participation requirements and more stable than using the 10th percentile from a small sample. Third, we're proposing to expand assessments and certifications. For the pre-K to 8 primary and primary plus subframeworks, this revision allows iReady as an option for the K to 3 growth measure, in addition to NWEA MAP, since both are nationally normed and computer adaptive. For the adult education framework, this proposed update introduces criteria, including things like industry relevance, required hours, and career value to determine which industry and mid-level certifications count towards the measure. These proposals were shaped by conversations and communications with school leaders, including a meeting in March 2025, a redlined version DCPCSB staff shared with school leaders ahead of the public comment period, and an office hour session in April 2025. I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Kirsten. Before I ask, I'll turn it over to other board members to open up before our board member Crucy.
Thank you for this. Thank you, Chair Wright, and thank you, Kirsten, for coming back before us. Can you walk us through, this covers a range of grade levels, and what's our threshold for bringing updates, requests for updates to the board, understanding that because this impacts such a broad range, I don't want schools that who serve just a certain grade level feel like they're waiting until some kind of threshold's met before a change can get made. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so let me say that specifically with respect to the business rules clarifications that do range several frameworks, they have minimal impact on Aspire outcomes. They are formalizing calculation practices that we already used, but were not explicitly stated. So they are very much clarifications to make sure that someone who has no context of what and how Aspire works can read these business rules and replicate them, right? Replicate the calculations. So again, a lot of this, these points or updates come directly from when our data team is executing the calculations that are in Aspire and have conversations with schools during the academic production cycle and say, hey, this, when we have a medical exemption, for example, what do we do? Because we hadn't previously stated explicitly that we follow OSCE's practices and policies, that was something that we felt like we should include to make sure that there are no questions. It is implied because we follow OSCE's policies on other things, but we did want to explicitly state that. Now, with respect to that are being proposed, specifically the adult certifications, that was something that we talked about very early on in revising the adult framework. And we knew that we wouldn't have the criteria right away. And so for mid-level certifications, and so it's always been written into the technical guide. And now we have just expanded on the actual criteria. So it was a revision that we were already expecting. So generally, the updates that we are planning to make or that we will make annually will not be substantive in that we don't intend for them to have significant impact on the outcomes. We want to have the system be as stable as possible for these early years so that we can look at reliability and validity of the outcomes. I will say that one of the items, the persistence rate floor for the adult education framework, came from long conversations. And when we were able to produce adult framework outcomes last November, it was a significant piece of feedback that we got from schools about how they showed up with the method that we used for setting those floors and targets. So because we only have 9 schools that use the adult framework, using the 10th and 90th percentile means that one school is always the bottom and gets no points, and one school is always the top and gets full points. And in an effort to make the outcomes more stable, using a floor that's not associated with one school's performance means that it broadens the range and allows for more schools to get points.
Okay, so thank you for that. I especially appreciate the distinction between in our effort here so that the outcomes can feel like they make sense to all parties. And by making sense, I mean can't be distorted or wildly swing because of small n sizes. I don't mean to say they make sense in the sense that someone's kind of controlling the outcome. The outcomes need to be based on valid inputs of our students actually learning. I think I still have this question of when will the board see proposals for updates again? And what's that threshold for when it's necessary? Are there opportunities for corrections if they need to be more urgent, or does something get stuck in a backlog?
Leah, there's always a backlog. But we are always monitoring Aspire outcomes. We are looking at how it's playing out, if you will, and considering what adjustments we might make. Again, we don't want to make significant adjustments to measures, to what we're measuring, to floors and targets, like we said, keeping them for a certain number of years, because we want to be able to have a stable body of outcomes to be able to evaluate the reliability and validity of the system. However, if there are urgent things that come up, for example, the persistence thing that persistence rate floor that came up in the fall, we considered why the request was being made, kind of if we had kept to how we were doing it before, right, using the 10th and 90th percentile, it was not a sound way for us to have the floors and targets set for such a small schools. And so expanding that made the most sense, increased the equitability of how the measure was being calculated and the points were being given. And so I don't anticipate that on an annual basis, we will be here to discuss substantive changes. Right now, we are planning for the biggest change to happen when we change floors and targets after school year 25-26, or 20. Yes, after 25-26. That'll probably be the biggest. And then if at any time there are, I don't know, new measures that come to light, if there is a new assessment that is made available, previously there was on the table for us to include the DC science in our framework. If things like that come up, there might be larger conversations about making adjustments to whole frameworks, but we don't anticipate having significant changes brought before the board, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. I will say we have communicated that we've established a technical advisory group, and they will be looking at our framework and using their expertise to make recommendations. If any of those things that they suggest seem appropriate for us to come before the board, we will likely do that. But again, they also will know that we are trying to hold things stable for a period of time until we introduce anything significant impact on outcomes.
Thank you for all that. I think I will close this up with, it sounds like we're being very thoughtful about being balancing a couple different dynamics here. We are being responsive. We are considering new information that comes before us. And also, while I don't think you went deeply into it, I know as we approved Aspire last year, we also made commitments to being very thorough with our data hygiene and continuous, and kind of a commitment to continuous improvement in making sure that the data we give to school, we get back from schools, is accurate. And we also need to have a stable system, and we need to have some continuity that this has not yet been fully implemented. So there's this is a constant theme in the world of charter schools and the world of charter school authorizing. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Davis.
Yes, Ms. James, my question has to do with comparability of assessments. So we added iReady for K-3 growth, and many schools use different measures. So does adding the iReady assessment hinder comparability? How does that impact, the way in which we analyze and gather data?
right? So I want to specify that we are two things. One is we had already expanded the use of iReady for the school selected growth assessment bonus points. So schools that already opted to use iReady can get points in the same way as a school that uses MAP. And the K-3 growth assessment expansion came directly from a school that is shifting from using MAP to using iReady. And in the absence of state assessment data for the K-3 grades, well, for K-2 grades, and third grade doesn't have growth for the state assessment, DC PCSB has always had an opportunity for K-3 schools that serve K-3 only to demonstrate performance using an assessment. Previously, most schools used MAP, and so that kind of worked. And as the authorizer, we are not in the business of mandating any assessments. And so in terms of being responsive to what schools are using, we needed to look at this proposal that a school made about shifting their assessment. Now, MAP and iReady are different. And I will say that aside from MAP having a larger sample size, it is more widely used than iReady. They are both normed assessments. They both use national norms and are adaptive assessments. And we previously, so for MAP, we use median conditional growth percentile, which is the measure of growth that we use. And we previously, when using iReady, a lot of schools would use the percentage of students that met their growth target, which is not a comparable measure. However, Curriculum Associates, which makes iReady, developed this new measure of growth, which is the target. So it is comparable to the median conditional growth percentile measure. So basically it's looking at how a student has gone up to or beyond their target, and then we take the median of all students' progress towards their growth target. So that is the comparable measure for iReady to the growth percentile measure for MAP.
Any follow-up there, board member? Okay. All right. Any other questions for Kirsten? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Kirsten, for walking us through those proposed revisions and your continued work on Aspire. This concludes the public hearing portion of our meeting this evening. But before we go into our public meeting, we are actually going to take a 10-minute break. So we are going to come back. Well, we'll take a little bit just so it's easier for everybody. We'll come back at 8:15 p.m. So 12-minute break. Board members, please be back and ready to go at 8:15, and we will go right into our public meeting. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for your patience. Now we are ready to move into our public meeting. May I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move to approve the agenda of the DC Public Charter School Board's May 19th, 2025 meeting.
Second.
All right, Secretary Adamafania, can you call roll, please?
Chairwoman Wright,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Dwight Davis,
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda, we have truancy notices of concern for multiple schools. For this item, I will yield the floor to a new staff member, Blair Daniel, Accountability Specialist within the School Performance Department, to introduce the proposal. Welcome, Blair.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Good evening. My name is Blair Daniel, and I'm a specialist in the School Performance Department. DC PCSB staff recommend the board to vote to issue a notice of concern to 3 schools for surpassing the truancy threshold in DC PCSB's attendance and truancy policy. Under the policy, a school may be subject to a notice of concern if it does not maintain a truancy rate below the truancy threshold that corresponds to its program type and grades served. The threshold for traditional schools serving grades pre-K through 8 is 30%. DC PCSB staff reviewed attendance data from October 5th, 2024 through April 30th, 2025, and found the following campuses surpassed that threshold. Center City Public Charter School, Petworth, with a truancy rate of 30.9%. DC Prep Public Charter School, Benning Elementary School, with a truancy rate of 37.1%. DC Prep Public Charter School, Edgewood Elementary School, with a truancy rate of 37.5%. DC Prep Public Charter School, Edgewood Middle School Campus, with a truancy rate of 32.5%. And DC Scholars Public Charter School, with a truancy rate of 31.2%. Before we invite school leaders to engage in a conversation with the board, I'll summarize the attendance data collection, review process, and a few key components of the attendance and truancy policy. Schools submit attendance data to OSSI through their school information systems. And DC PCSB receives attendance data in a nightly feed from OSSI. DC PCSB's data team calculates the truancy rate from October 5th, 2024 through April 30th, 2025 on Thursday, May 1st, 2025. On Monday, May 5th, 2025, DC PCSB staff contacted the schools with school campuses that surpassed the truancy threshold during the October 2024 through April 2025 window. DC PCSB staff gave schools the opportunity to review and confirm the accuracy of the underlying data. Staff also encouraged schools to reach out to OSSI to correct any reporting errors. To account for the corrections of the underlying data, DC PCSB staff recalculated the truancy rate from October 2024 through April 2025 on May 13th, 15th, 16th, and today, May 19th, to ensure that tonight's recommendation reflects the most current data. You'll notice that tonight's agenda includes E.L. Haynes Public Charter School, Two Rivers Public Charter School, and KIPP DC Public Charter School, but the corresponding proposal does not. The Office of Open Government advises us to not update the agenda after it has been posted, but we no longer are recommending a notice of concern for E.L. Haynes Public Charter School, Two Rivers Public Charter School, or KIPP DC Public Charter School. DCPCSB staff removed E.L. Haynes Public Charter School and Two Rivers Public Charter School from the proposal because we uncovered a data error that misrepresents the school's attendance data. DCPCSB's data team is working with those schools and OSSI to correct this error. DCPCSB staff removed KIPP DC Public Charter School from the proposal because its corrected attendance data resulted in no new KIPP DC campuses surpassing the truancy threshold. The remaining schools, Center City Public Charter Schools, DC Prep Public Charter Schools, and DC Scholars Public Charter Schools, either confirmed or did not raise concerns about the reported truancy rates. DCPCSB staff encourages schools to continue to scrutinize their data, potentially correcting underlying enrollment and attendance records with OSSI. If such corrections result in an updated truancy rate that does not surpass the relevant truancy threshold, then DCPCSB staff will ask the board to rescind the notice of concern. Finally, the attendance and truancy policy notes DCPCSB board will not issue a notice of concern after its May board meeting, as there would be insufficient time to allow schools to improve prior to the end of the school year. If a school does not improve by the end of the year, the DCPCSB board may nonetheless lift a notice of concern in order for schools to start fresh the next school year. Consequently, DCPCSB staff will not be recommending that the board issue school year 2024-2025 truancy notice of concern beyond this meeting. Representatives from the schools are present and prepared to answer your questions. We will promote those representatives from all three local education agencies to engage with the board.
Thank you, Blair. I see representatives from each LEA except for DC Prep. Now, I know they were just here in front of us, so I'm not sure if it's the same folks. And then I know that we do have a board member that has a recusal for Center City, but I don't think she needs to, I think it's just the vote part, right? Does she need to recuse herself from the actual discussion? Sarah, can you come off mute and clarify that, please?
Yeah, she should recuse herself from the discussion since we haven't separated out the schools.
Okay, so Secretary Adama-Fania is recused from this discussion and will be leaving and will rejoin us after we have concluded this portion of the meeting. Okay, so welcome members from Center City. Have we had, I see DC Scholars, and do we have anyone from DC Prep here? I see Cassie and Laura are both in the, oh, there's Cassie, okay. All right. So welcome schools. You all have, obviously we have had these levels of conversations with schools for the last few months. So I think you know kind of what this board wants to hear. We recognize that you all are understand the importance of student attendance as well. And so if there's anything that you'd like to share in terms of how your school is thinking about addressing this issue and or any challenges that you have that you'd like to share, we would like to hear from you now. Center City, I'll start with Center City. Is that going to be you, Laura, representing for Center City? I see Devin and did I see Bernard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I was going to say, we've got our assistant principal of our Petworth campus, Devin James, and our counselor, Bernard Reeves, school team can talk a little bit about what you've been seeing so far this year.
Sure. Good evening. As Laura stated, my name is Devin O. James. I do serve as the assistant principal. I'm joined by our school counselor, Bernard Reeves. So as indicated, we do have We've put a few things in place since we have received the notice of concern. Specifically, we are conducting specific home visits. We are engaging with our families, and we have reached out to families through specific academic letters that Councilor Reeves would be able to speak more about. We've also had specific academic partnering meetings with families to address some of the concerns that we've seen specifically from our pre-K4 teams, as well as with our 8th grade scholars that we've seen. I've had continuous meetings, including a meeting today with our operations manager, as well as the administrative assistant, to update our attendance tracking system through the PowerSchool metrics that we use. I've had conversations around our automated alert systems and robocalls, just making sure that we're getting on top of that just a little more. I'll pause. Councilor Reeves, you want to jump in and add anything else?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Bernard Reeves. I'm the school counselor at Center City Petworth. And just to echo the comments of our assistant principal, we continue to hold regular meetings to review attendance data and identify our students and families who need additional support. We provide targeted assistance such as transportation, counseling, and mentoring to our families in need. Our attendance is recorded daily by teachers through our student information system, PowerSchool. We also begin each day. We open our school doors at 8:15. At 8:40, we have a morning announcement system where either the principal, assistant principal, or myself, we remind teachers to take their attendance. And then at 10 o'clock, we have a phone call system that alerts parents if their children aren't in the building. What we're doing to support chronic absenteeism in general is really just supporting to our families, continuing to reach out to them. Case by case, we do home visits as well to make sure that our students are feeling supported. One of the things that we're continually working on as we continue to submit CFSA reporting, we've seen that since COVID, we haven't really received lots of support from that end, but we continue to consistently reach out to our families and let them know that we are here to support them. I'll yield the mic back over to our AP James. Thank you.
Laura, is there anything that you want to add?
No, not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Center City. Now we'll hear from DC Prep.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. I'm Cassie Pergament, our Chief Academic Officer, and I'm joined by Degarius Cullum, our principal at Benning Elementary Campus, and Chastity Watson, our Community Assistant Principal at Edgewood Middle School. We are very grateful that the board is bringing this important issue to our attention, and we feel really strongly that we need to do better by our students and the work that we should be doing to help every kid come to school every day. We deeply understand the negative impact that it can have when our kids miss school on their life outcomes, their learning, and their mental health. We have been talking a lot since we received the notices. Attendance has always been a hallmark of what DC Prep cares about. We have struggled, I would say, since COVID to regain the really strong attendance that we used to have as a network. Attendance used to be something that we were able to successfully build the mindsets with our families and kids and staff around its importance. And we, I would say, are still wrapping our head around how to do that more effectively, clearly, as shown by our data. Some of the things that we have been talking about, and I will invite Principal Cullum and Assistant Principal Watson to share as well, is how we're thinking about how do we end the year strong, but then we're also really trying to dig into how do we set up our systems better over the summer. We've looked at data around our students who are new to us, and their attendance is 5 percentage points on average lower than our returning students. And so that screams out to us, we need to do a better job of working with our families that are new to DC Prep. We see that our attendance improves as our students get older. And so we know we have a lot of work to do with our early childhood families and our kindergarten families. We need to, in general, just have an early intervention action plan that we stick to with consistency. Our community assistant principal and student support coordinators are the key people at our campuses that work on attendance. They are also responsible for student discipline, student behavior, parent meetings, tier 1 culture. And so figuring out how to help them block and tackle for attendance every day is something that we need to get better at, and allowing them to have the space every week to complete their truancy reporting so that we're getting CFSA, the information that they need. These are all things that we're like, we can and need to do better with. We have gotten ourselves into a position where our volume is so high. We need to get back to a place where we're problem solving the truly difficult chronically absent cases, which are the most challenging and time consuming to figure out. And we need to be able to have those two leaders really focus on that. And so we've thought a lot about how do we better leverage our teachers, who we have an attendance advisor in every classroom, in addition to a second advisor who focuses on the social emotional learning each morning. And we are realizing we need to better leverage them to help do problem solving with families. So there's a lot that we've learned and a lot that we're taking very seriously, and intend to improve and do better. Principal Cullum or Assistant Principal Watson, would you like to add anything?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mrs. Pergament, for naming some of the things that we've done as a network. But some things that we are specifically doing on a campus-based level. Recently, we have started weekly attendance meetings with myself as a school principal, along with my community assistant principal and my student support coach, where we're looking at students with attendance between 85 and 90%, those cusp kids, to incentivize those kids more, to invite those parents in for further conversations about the importance of school, while also incorporating their academic needs as well. As we know that if you don't come to school, of course, you are missing tons of academic supports that you need. We have also been in a space where we are now, well, not now, but we are reaching out to CSFA for those students who are chronically absent, to name some of the things that we've done with those families to see if we can find greater support with those students. And on top of that, we have also incorporated several incentives, whether it be for students, for homerooms, or for families, to really incentivize those parties to come to school regularly. And we have, since we've started these twice a week meetings, we have seen some of our priority students, 4 out of the 5 grade levels, have had increase in attendance, achieving 92% or higher week to week basis. So we're seeing some traction there. And Mrs. Pergament mentioned some of our focuses has not been as strict as we need them to be with accountability. So some of the things that we're working on now as a school community on the elementary level is practicing some of the things that we want to see for next school year, to get those habits built now. So when the school year starts for next school year, we're able to mitigate some of these or most of these truant students that we're seeing, and just having those conversations with families more. And myself as a school principal, kind of leading those meetings so parents can understand like we're in this together, and it's like a supportive community.
Great. Thank you. And now from DC Scholars.
Good evening, Chair Wright. I'm Amy Holmes. I'm the head of DC Scholars. Nice to see you, and thank you for discussing this important topic. I think echo the sentiments of our colleagues that, we're deeply concerned about truancy rates in our school community. While we are very proud of the year-over-year reductions we have seen, this still remains for us a very challenging issue. I think as we approached attendance this year, we thought a lot about, of course, the work that we have done to date in terms of system strengthening, family engagement, increase in incentives to be some of our core strategies, but also recognize that those core strategies are not yielding the ultimate result that we needed. And so really needing to think outside of the box and engage more with community partners. Leangelo Embrader, our Chief of School Program, will be able to speak to the year-over-year reductions in some of those strategies. And our current principal, Ms. Redeemer, can speak to our attempts to reach community partners. And I think some of those have been successful, and there are places where we are certainly looking for greater support, coordination, and alignment across the city as we all work to address this, this challenge. Mr. Embrader.
Good evening, everyone. As Amy mentioned, I'm Leangelo Embrader. I serve as the Chief of School Programs. Happy to share this information with you all this evening on a very important topic. Actually, last year, this time, I presented for a few minutes on our ability to reduce our truancy rates. And so, unfortunately, we're still not at that underneath that 30% threshold, but we've still done significant work starting from school year 21-22 at a 69% truancy rate to now at 34.2%. So we've worked really, really hard and put in a lot of strategies to try and support our families, building those systems and structures, streamlining family communication, as Ms. Helm said, reaching out to community partners. We've implemented a new strategy actually starting in the month of April, where now we get an immediate alert from our Dean's List platform once a student hits their 10th unexcused absence. And so that's generating a daily email for us to make immediate contact to families to support them with if they need to submit an excuse notice or if there's any follow-up needed from members of our culture team. So something that we definitely are taking seriously, of course, and still working to get under that 30% threshold. We know that if we don't have students in the building, we can't make academic growth and achievement. So we know it's really critical to get them in there. And we know kids need to be in school as well. So we're trying to mitigate all factors for families that they may have in terms of getting their scholars to school. And Ms. Redeemer is going to talk through some of the things around community resources that we try to partner with. But we've also been able to increase our in-seat attendance, and we've also significantly focused on our at-risk student population, where we've decreased the chronic absenteeism for our at-risk students. We've also decreased the truancy rates for our at-risk students. So we've worked really hard to hone in on the population of students that also need us the most to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our families.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ms. Redeemer. I'm the principal at DC Scholars Public Charter School. And as Mr. Embrader said, we've implemented numerous internal strategies, such as incentives and different systems that we put in place in the building. But as a community school, we recognize the importance of community partnerships. Not only these external partners build and provide more comprehensive approaches, but provide wraparound services for our families. And so one of those community partners we have had initial conversations with is Show Up and Stand Out, which is a truancy reduction program that works directly with our families to not only identify, but address the root causes of absenteeism. They provide a family-centered approach, and it also aligns with our mission. In addition to that organization, we've had conversations with East of the River Family Strengthening Collaborative, and we've had 2 meetings with their organization. They even participated in our enrollment Saturday event that took place on April 26th. And while we are looking to build more partnerships and relationships with those community partners, we recognize that not only our internal strategies are vital, but our external partners are going to help us not only continue the wonderful work and the data points that Mr. Embrader pointed out, but also support us with reducing that truancy rate as well. Thank you.
I would just add that one partnership that we're really working to strengthen is with DC Connect. That's something that a lot of our families have either seen in the community or have heard from other families. And so that's one that we're just trying to build upon because they aren't able to serve a large number of families. I think across Ward 7 and 8, they're able to serve about 350 families. And so only two of our families have been able to actually get the opportunity while many are waitlisted. So that's proven just a little bit of a barrier. Ms. Redeemer was able to attend their town hall where we were trying to share strategies to support our families, or how can we make this more of an opportunity that has equitable access to families here in Ward 7 and Ward 8.
Thank you all. Excuse me. Thank you all for sharing. So again, as I started out, the board does not necessarily have questions. I think obviously, I know school leaders watch meetings, so you've seen this and you've known. Part of what we do not take for granted that you understand that children need to be in school, and it is not your desire to be in front of us for these types of notices. Going to continue to say to you to prioritize attendance. I think Cassie kind of said it best. I think we all started some pretty poor habits, but necessary habits as a result of COVID, where a lot of the behaviors, and I don't mean, behavior pay, but a lot of the habits of families around attendance was as a result of COVID. And we've got to work with our families and support them and help them to figure out and to recognize the importance of coming to school and the things that you all have talked about, incentivizing and working with students so that they want to come to school, and pushing yourselves to say, are we creating a space where scholars are coming to school, want to be at school, feel safe at school, et cetera. And don't let this notice be what tracks your data, right? I've heard very vulnerable, honest conversations from school leaders have said, we actually lost, we took our eye off the prize of that. We weren't looking at that because you have a lot of competing things in front of you, but attendance is not one that you can take your eye off, and you all know that, right? In addition to impacting your performance as a LEA. If students are in school, they can't learn. And that's why we're all in this work. We want to get their brains stronger so they can be smarter, go to college and do whatever it is that they want. And they've got to be there in order to do that. So continue to not just the LEAs that are on here, but those who've come before us and before you all. And just in general, making sure that thinking about attendance is part of what you do over the summer as well. And it should just be what we do, not a practice that we create. And once we get to a certain threshold, it should just be part of what it is that you do. So glad to hear that that's what you're thinking about. Continue to pull on community resources that you have and continue to elevate to the staff where they can also help to support you in terms of additional government resources and pushing other areas and other partners that are meant to help, because we also recognize schools can't do everything. And a lot of the issues that are keeping our children from school go beyond what you all can do in the walls of your school. So continue to elevate that. And let us know how we can help to support and push our city to think about this as a problem as well. So as you said, Leangela, last time you were here sharing what you all did to improve, we want that to happen again, because we know you want your scholars in school as well. So I don't think there are any questions from the board. If there are, I will give that room. And if not, are there any questions? All right. So thank you all, school representatives, for being here today to answer the questions. Thank you, Blair, and welcome to DC PCSB. Colleagues, I will now entertain a motion on the truancy notices of concern. We've already had Secretary Adamafania recuse herself. Are there any other board members that need to state a recusal for the record or ask for a standalone vote? Okay, seeing none. I move to issue notices of concern for Center City PCS, DC Prep PCS, DC Scholars PCS for surpassing the truancy threshold in DC PCSB's attendance and truancy policy.
Second.
All right, thank you. I'm going to now call roll. Vice Chairman Salmon.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye.
Board Member Davis,
Aye.
and I am an aye, so the motion passes. Thank you all. Have a good night. Next up is a charter application from NewU Early College. For this, I welcome back Bijan Lane, Specialist of Sector Planning and Compliance in our School Performance Department, to introduce the proposal and recommendation. Bijan, we've seen you a lot this evening. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello again. I am the lead reviewer of the NewU Early College Charter application. The NewU Early College founding team proposes opening a dual enrollment program through a partnership with NewU University. The school would serve grades 11 and 12 in Ward 2 and plans to begin operation in school year 2025-26. DC PCSB staff recommends that the board deny the NewU Early College Charter application. Using the standard for approval detailed in DC PCSB's 2025 Charter Application Guidelines, DC PCSB staff evaluated the content the founding team presented in its written application, the capacity interview, the site visit, and the public hearing. To be considered for conditional approval, an applicant must meet, at the minimum, the standard demonstrated need for the school. DC PCSB staff determined that NewU Early College did not meet the standard. Further, staff determined the applicant did not meet 3 of the 4 remaining standards.
Did we lose Bijan? Bijan?
So sorry, I'm here.
Okay. Oh, you were finished there?
I was done. Yes, that's
okay. Okay, great. Okay, so just for the public to know, it is practice for the applicants not to appear at this point. They did have an opportunity to present to the board last month. So I just have a couple questions I want to clarify. For the benefit of the public watching tonight, could you explain the staff's process in reviewing a charter application and coming to a final recommendation for the board to vote on? Hi, Hannah. Welcome. I'm not sure if you or Bijan are answering that.
Yes. Hi, Chair Wright. My name is Hannah Cousineau. I am the Director of Sector Planning and Compliance on the School Performance Department. I lead the team responsible for evaluating new school applications. So as the leader of the team, it seemed most appropriate that I answer the questions about the process.
Great.
To answer your question, the charter application review process is public, transparent, and articulated in the 2025 Charter Application Guidelines. The public can read these guidelines as Attachment D in the meeting materials for tonight and on our website. The process consists of a written application, a capacity interview, a site visit when applicable, a public hearing, and a final vote from the board. Throughout this process, the DC PCSB review team is evaluating the applicant against the 5 standards for approval, which are detailed in the 2025 guidelines. As such, DC PCSB staff analysis shifts over time to incorporate information like the public comment we receive or the responses given at the public hearing. My colleague Bijan Lane led the NewU Early College review team, which comprised subject matter experts to ensure a comprehensive evaluation. And I am proud to say that staff conducted its review with fidelity to this process.
And just before public comment, Hannah, the board members received a very lengthy public comment from the applicant alleging issues with the staff's analysis of the application. You also heard public comment about that this evening. That information is available in public materials for tonight, along with the staff's very thorough response to the same. Could you please speak to how you responded to that comment and clarify what happens between the public hearing and the final board vote for a charter application?
Yep. So in preparation for the public hearing on April 28th, DC PCSB staff produced an initial analysis of the applicant based on the information gathered from the written application, capacity interview, and site visit. In advance of making the meeting materials public, we provided the applicant with a copy of the staff's proposal. Following the public hearing, DCPCSB staff revised its analysis to incorporate additional information, capture public comment, and make necessary clarifications or corrections. This is DCPCSB's standard practice. And the public hearing proposal notes that the analysis is subject to change prior to the vote. The revised final analysis includes staff's recommendation to conditionally approve or deny the applicant. The letter we received from NewU Early College requested DCPCSB to, quote, take into consideration the evidence it presents and amend its initial assessment without prejudice. DCPCSB staff has responded to this letter, and as you noted, you can find that in tonight's meeting materials. It's under Attachment C. In the interest of thoroughness, DCPCSB staff responds point by point to the most significant concerns identified in the letter. In some cases, DCPCSB staff has revised its initial analysis. Where DCPCSB staff has determined revision is unwarranted, it provides further explanation grounded in the guidelines and the standard for approval. Notwithstanding this approach, DCPCSB's final analysis and recommendation reflect a holistic assessment of all components of the review process. And you can read that analysis in the vote proposal in tonight's meeting materials.
Right. Thank you for that, Hannah. And then the last question before I move for a vote. If the board does vote to deny the application tonight, what are the next steps for the applicant?
The School Reform Act, which is DC's charter authorizing law, explains what happens if the board votes to deny a new school application. DCPCSB must specify in writing the reasons for its decision. DCPCSB will attach to that letter the vote proposal, which represents staff's final analysis of the application against the standards for approval. Should the founding group choose to apply again, that petition must respond to the most recent charter application guidelines. In service of satisfying the standards for approval, the applicant should appropriately resolve the deficiencies cited in the attached proposal. DCPCSB staff will be available to discuss its evaluation in greater detail. Then, should the founding team want to appeal the denial of the application, it may seek judicial review pursuant to the School Reform Act.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
All right. Are there any other questions or discussion from the board before we vote?
I don't have a question, but I would like to explain the reason for my conclusion. I'm going to vote to deny the application and to support the recommendation of staff. I think staff's recommendation is thoughtful, thorough, and in complete compliance with the requirements of the School Reform Act. I find it incomprehensible that a judge would second guess the board's decision on this in light of that. But I just want to, I think it's important that there be a record of the reason for the board's decision. My reasons are laid out in the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I co-sign that, Chairman, Vice Chairman. A board member Crucy?
Thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. Thank you, Chair Wright. I want to reiterate and be specific about having reviewed the staff's response to the letter. I found it to be quite thorough. There are a couple of things that stood out to me. In particular, well, each one of them felt weighty and important. So need, demand. This body spent quite a bit of time in revising our application process. And in years past, we hadn't been very specific about what we meant by need and what we meant by demand. We've been much more specific. And I implore any applicant to PCSB to read that section quite thoroughly. There's a reason why we have learned from the past several years, and we revise the application with that in mind. MTSS, founding team background, and then it landed on governance. This body talks a lot about governance and the unique role that charter schools have in ensuring good governance that centers on the success of students. That also means independence. So what the staff cited in the letter about the independent roles one ought to have so that decisions are being made in the best interest of students, that's really important from the very get-go. So I appreciate how thoughtful staff have been in the response, and I will be voting in support of the staff recommendation.
Any other comments? Okay. So colleagues, I will now entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to deny the charter application for NewU Early College.
I second.
Okay. With that second, if you could take a roll call, Secretary Adama-Fania.
Yes. Chairwoman Wright.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
Chairwoman, I'm an aye as well.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Next on our agenda are 4 charter reviews. Our first school up for review is Early Childhood Public Charter School. I will now yield the floor to Gina Lucchese, Manager, School Quality and Accountability within our School Performance Department, to introduce the proposal and the recommendation. I'd also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. Ms. Wendy Ingram, Wendy Edwards, Than Ingram, Pamela Falcon, Deborah Robinson, Kathy Price, Amia Johnson, and Lakia Lawson. Good evening, Gina.
Good evening, Chair Wright. My name is Gina Lucchese, and I'm a manager in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will vote on the charter review and continuance of Early Childhood Academy Public Charter School, Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School, Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science Public Charter School, and Bridges Public Charter School. All 4 schools are up for their 20-year review. The following charter review standard applies to each school. The School Reform Act stipulates that DC-PCSB shall review a school's charter at least once every 5 years. As part of this review, DC-PCSB must determine whether the school failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter, and whether the school committed a material violation of applicable law or of the conditions, terms, standards, or procedures set forth in its charter, including violations related to the education of students with disabilities. If DC-PCSB determines that a school has not met its goals or has committed a material violation of law or of its charter, the board may, at its discretion, revoke the school's charter or grant the school a conditional continuance. Additionally, there is a fiscal component to the charter review. Per the School Reform Act, the board is required to revoke a school's charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. Given the disruption in schooling and data collection during the COVID-19 pandemic, DC-PCSB did not assess academic goal attainment for school years 2019-20, 2020-21, or 2021-22. Consequently, for this review period, DC-PCSB staff assessed each school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DC-PCSB's charter goals policy. Early Childhood Academy Public Charter School educates 281 students in grades pre-kindergarten 3 through 3 at a single campus in Ward 8. Early Childhood Academy Public Charter School adopted the Performance Management Framework, or PMF, as its charter goals. Due to the pandemic and the development of the Aspire system, DC-PCSB ceased producing the PMF after school year 2018-19. As mentioned earlier, DC-PCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school years 22-23 and 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in the charter goals policy. Early Childhood Academy Public Charter School fully met its charter goals in school year 22-23 and school year 23-24. In these school years, Early Childhood Academy Public Charter School fully met the growth pathway by exceeding publisher growth criteria in both reading and math on its nationally normed growth assessment, the Northwest Education Association Measures of Academic Progress, or NWEA MAP. DCPCSB staff determined that the school has not committed a material violation of the law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Early Childhood Academy Public Charter Schools charter. Early Childhood Academy Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you, Gina, and welcome Early Childhood Academy friends. It is good to see you. Dr. Edwards, if you don't mind introducing your team who you have here today, and congratulations for getting to this 20-year mark. Such an important milestone.
Thank you, Chairperson Wright. I appreciate that. So I have with me today Deborah Robinson, who is our Chief Financial Officer, Van Ingram, who is our Deputy Executive Director, Pamela Falcon, who is our Principal, Lakia Lawson is our Literacy Coach, Amia Johnson is our Director of Math, and Kathy Prince is our Data Manager.
Okay, thank you. Before you begin, do you have any member of your board? Is there any board member here this evening?
So our board chair, Dennis Sawyers, wanted to come, but he is actually out of the country.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to you all to reflect on the last 5 years.
Thank you. So again, good evening, Chairperson Wright and board members. Early Childhood Academy's longevity is grounded in a strong and stable school leadership team that has led the school since its opening in 2005. The past 5-year period was a pivotal one for ECA. In August 2019, ECA moved to its newly constructed facility after 14 years of occupancy in 2 substandard community centers. This move enabled us to increase enrollment from the previous year by about 10%. ECA continues to demonstrate strong fiscal performance. We've maintained a cash reserve of $8 million while maintaining $4 million in operating funds. With a healthy bottom line, we are comfortably positioned to refinance our school construction loan of $11 million, which is due in September 2025. ECA was unable to complete a full school year in the new facility before the pandemic shut down the country. Upon the reopening of the building in 2021, ECA teachers and staff regrouped and persevered, exceeding the publisher's median growth criterion in both ELA and math on the Spring 23 and Spring 24 MAP assessments. Effective instruction post-pandemic was documented through the Spring 2024 Qualitative Site Review, in which 86% of ECA classrooms scored proficient or above for classroom environment, and 78.6% scored proficient or above for instruction. To more holistically support families post-pandemic, ECA partnered with several community organizations, including MBI Health Services, Martha's Table for the Joyful Market, the OSSI Fresh Fruit and Vegetables Program, and the Lavinia Group's Summer Boost Program. ECA recently became an OSSI licensed provider for out-of-school time programming, enabling our parents to use vouchers for our aftercare services. The pandemic tested the resilience of the school and our community and affected students and their families in countless ways. In addition to learning loss, decreased student attendance was an unanticipated pandemic effect. ECA lost ground in in-seat attendance while truancy and chronic absenteeism increased. Learning loss chronic student absences, and the special education population that has trended upward have significantly impacted academic achievement. Third grade proficiency on the state assessment continues to lag behind the state averages. We have identified student attendance and student achievement as our two most critical areas for continued improvement. To realize improved academic growth and achievement, ECA developed a multi-year strategic plan and has implemented two major initiatives. All teachers completed the Science of Reading modules offered through the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and continued their training weekly with ECA's literacy specialist. This training provided teachers with increased skill in implementing structured literacy and greater competency in understanding the 5 pillars of the reading rope. Training will continue next school year. ECA also entered into a 3-year partnership with the DC Special Education Cooperative to improve the quality of school professional development by more strategically targeting teacher needs. This year's focus was on data analysis from student and teacher surveys and classroom observations. Based on these data, a number of focal areas have been identified for continued teacher training, including ensuring that instruction is implemented at appropriate grade level rigor, increasing opportunities for critical thinking and open-ended student responses, and improving proficiency in the teaching of reading to support both general education students and those with special needs. During year 2 of the project, the SPED co-op will collaborate with ECA in utilizing these data for professional development and planning. Attendance initiatives will be intensified in school year 25-26 to address the multi-layered challenges of truancy and chronic absenteeism that we are now facing. ECA's Family Services Coordinator will facilitate daily communication to parents of absent students, schedule parent meetings with the principal, submit CFSA referrals as warranted, plan attendance incentives, and closely monitor attendance coding in Power School. ECA is proud of the progress made in the past 5 years and remains committed to ensuring that every child leaves as a proficient reader and critical thinker. We're excited to enter our 21st year and look forward to continuing to serve as a beacon of light in the Ward 8 community.
Thank you for that, Ms. Edwards. It is definitely good to see both you and Than still there. Been there since day one. So it's
That's right.
Still there. And just again, congratulations getting to this point. It is no easy feat, and definitely know you all put that building up and then the world shut down right after. So I'm sure you were glad to be back in it, or to be in it once you actually could. I'm going to turn it over to my board members to ask questions, starting with Secretary Adama-Fania.
Good evening, ECA team. I echo congratulations to you all. Indeed, 20 years in service is no easy feat, so congratulations there. I also want to commend you for naming the focus areas that you all are going to target moving forward around attendance and achievement, especially since according to your data, your students in K-3 have demonstrated growth rates that would indicate faster growth in sort of, if you were to compare them to their nationwide peers in the areas of reading and math. And so I'm actually curious to hear from you all. One, the focus is right, just given where we are, the name of the game. And so kudos to you all for acknowledging that you want to accelerate that and keep pushing. But two, would really just be curious to hear what strategies do you feel contributed to that growth, and how do you see that building in the next 5 years, if you will?
Hi everybody. My name is Lakia Lawson. I'm the reading specialist at ECA. I can speak toward some of the strategies that have been put in place for reading. I think that what has been very helpful is in building our teacher knowledge around the science of reading and the new research that is out there. with teaching students how to read. In coaching our teachers, what I find that a lot of teachers just feel really uncomfortable with teaching other people how to read. Before the research of science of reading, there really was no way, but this theory has supported me in being able to make the research palatable. And so what we have done is this year, all of our teaching staff members are participating in the Science of Reading professional development and training. I do this every week. We've decided to take a narrow and deep approach on this. So we are taking our time through the modules, allowing our teachers to go back and practice in the classroom and have opportunities to get feedback. Just recently, I was able to check in with them and kind of give them a self-assessment so that I can figure out and talk about with them how they feel where we are before even deciding when and where we would move on to the next modules. But so far, we have covered the basic foundational skills, phonemic awareness, phonics instruction. We spent a lot of time on background knowledge because research has shown us that that is something that contributes to our students not being able to comprehend. We spent a lot of time talking about vocabulary and making sure that we ourselves are using the vocabulary that we want our students to be able to use and the vocabulary that they're going to encounter when they are reading. And it really has been pivotal, having the opportunity to learn what our teachers need in order for them to be able to provide effective instruction with our students.
Awesome. Thank you again. Congratulations.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright, and congratulations as well from myself and obviously you all will probably hear it from other board members on achieving such a wonderful milestone. Ms. Edwards, I want to thank you for opening up your comments and getting right to the chase, as I say. There were some financial comments that you made that I appreciate. I just have a couple questions for you. I've noted that you all are outside of two of the metrics that we typically track. One is debt ratio and the other is occupancy expense. And obviously those two are related. And you spoke directly to your loan that is maturing in, I think it's in 2025 or 2026? It's this year.
2025.
It's 2025. So first of all, help me understand, because my reading, is it new markets tax credits that you all have and something else, or is it just new market tax credits?
We have. So I'm going to hand this to our CFO,
wow.
Deborah Robinson.
Thanks for that question. Hi, everybody. We do have a new market tax credit. Actually, it's built up of 4 loans with at 9 million, and we did get an Aussie sub loan for 2 million. So the total unwinding and refinancing of the new market tax credits in September 2025 will be a total of 11 million.
Okay. And I heard you all speak to having a certain amount of money in reserves to sort of aid in that refinancing. You've started to think about that. You've identified a lender. You probably already have a lender, but you've started to think about how you're going to be able to refinance that and get it to an acceptable metric for you from a financial perspective.
Yes, we have. We know that we have to refinance 11 million because we will be forgiven a lot of what we have on the books. That's a vehicle of the new market tax credit. But what we decide, we have been saving for quite some time, and so we have a reserve of cash of 6 million that is in CDs and ICSs, and then we have another 2 million that we have in reserve for our capital projects. And then we have our 4 million in operating funds. What we've decided, because we are going after revenue bonds and we are looking at EFF also, and so because we'll have better rates, lower interest rates, we also going to, in the unwinding, pay off the Aussie sub loan, and apply again for another 2 million, which we've already got favorable response. We know that we could continue the loan, but if we reapply, it will be at a 3% interest rate, and the max will be 2 million. So in planning all this, we got started early in December. And in planning this, we thought we would go in and put in like 3 million of equity, of our own equity. However, it looks like we've now decided that it's best to keep the monies in reserve, look at some capital projects. There's one capital project that is big for us, and that's our HVAC system. And as tomorrow we are going to submit our SO grant for facilities that will, if awarded, we feel strongly it will be, we'll get 750,000 from that. So yeah, we are well positioned with cash. We don't have to put up any money. And we are hopeful that the revenue bonds, which we've already submitted our application, that we will go that route and have a smaller interest payment to make.
On your total debt. Okay.
On my total debt, yes.
Just so I have it correct on my notes, the 2 million with Aussie, you're basically gonna re-up with them at market rates.
Exactly.
And so then your delta is 6 million. Is that the delta?
We have 6 million in we have 9 million in new market tax credits and two in Aussie sub.
Okay. And the 9 million is what you're going to do with the revenue bonds.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Perfect. And you've started that process. It sounds like you've done it before, or at least you're familiar with it.
Well, we did have an RFP, and we sought a municipal advisor. And so we are working with 10 Square, Carl Gentoff of 10 Square, who has done many of these. So, and we had the opportunity to work with him on the first new market tax credit deals.
Perfect. Okay. No, that's great. My comments are just limited to that. The only other thing I wanted to acknowledge is that I obviously read the report provided by staff, and I want to be clear that it seems as though you all have been able to pivot appropriately from COVID financing and from some other federal financing. It seems as though when the environment shifts around you, you're able to successfully shift with it from a financial perspective. And that is indicative to me that somebody's eye is on the ball. And I appreciate it. So you all seem to be doing all the right things. And that is the extent of my questioning, Chair Wright.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Board Member Crucy.
Thank you for this, and congratulations. This is a very big deal. It's been a second since I got to visit your school, but I remember being very impressed, and it was a welcoming community, and I'm excited for this next chapter for you all. My question is around, if you don't have your board chair present, I understand he's out of the country. I'm curious to hear from your experience with other board members. What role does your board play in monitoring academic progress?
So interestingly, about a year ago, we made the effort to totally revamp our board, because what we found was that our board was not as invested and involved in knowing exactly, how the school was moving, how we were faring both academically, financially. And so we brought in a board consultant who has really supported us in moving in the right direction, in making sure every board member knows what his and her responsibility is towards the school, in making our board meetings much more productive, in establishing board committees that we actually did not have in place until this past year. And so at this point, I would say the board is very involved and very knowledgeable of where we are as a school.
That is great to hear. Thank you for sharing that.
So one of the things I want to push on with you all is you have had some significant growth. When we look across your charter reviews, your school has generally performed below the state rate in ELA and math for your third graders. How are you thinking about and planning for boosting that third grade proficiency?
So yes, that is our area of challenge. We are moving our students are growing, but in terms of achieving the grade level standard, we know we still have some progress to make. As I indicated in my opening statement, what we have determined is that we are not as focused on critical thinking and on the correct rigor per grade level that we need to actually move our students to grade level standard. We introduced accelerated learning when we came back from the pandemic, but we know we have to do a lot more work with our teachers around how to appropriately accelerate learning with children who are perhaps below grade level, but we want to get them to grade level achievement. So that's something that we are very aware of, that we are focused on in our partnerships with the SPED co-op, and we're focused on in our work with the science of reading. I will add that we kind of have now developed a new layer of challenge because our population of students with special needs has kind of taken off in the past few years. We currently have 29% of our students currently have IEPs. And so we know that we have to make sure we are addressing their needs appropriately, that we're finding ways to differentiate instruction to support them, and ensure that our general education teachers, as well as our special education teachers, have an understanding of how to address the needs of all students, including students who have IEPs. So our eye is on that, and you're absolutely correct. That is where we know we need to make improvement.
Okay. Yeah, glad to see that you guys are focusing on that. You're one of the last Mohicans that are solely early childhood. You just heard Cedar Tree looking to expand and grow. So, and recognizing that transition, particularly once you start, getting into state testing and what that looks like, but making sure that we're moving our students to proficiency is equally as important. So I'm glad, just like you've had the laser focus on literacy and the science of reading with Miss Lawson, like how are we now then getting laser focused on that proficiency is what I'd like us to celebrate at your 25-year renewal, to see how you all have done that over the next 5 years.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from board members or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will now entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to continue the charter of Early Childhood Public Charter School.
I second.
Right, with that, Secretary Adama-Fania, can you call a roll?
Chairwoman Wright.
Absolutely, aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman.
An enthusiastic aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye, and congratulations.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye, and congratulations.
Board Member Davis.
Congratulations, I'm an aye.
Well, I'm an aye too. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Chairwoman Wright, I'm an aye. Thank you.
The motion passes, and as you can see, we are ecstatic to congratulate you on getting to this milestone, celebrate with your families, and continue the great work that you're doing. And Than and Wendy, I'm surprised y'all still hanging on. So
still hanging on. Love it. Love it.
For a little while longer, right?
I'm not trying to create any, next steps, but just
Gotcha.
but congratulations on this well-earned milestone. So continue to do great work in our ward. We need it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Next, Gina will introduce the proposal and recommendation For Apple Tree PCS, I would like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. Jamie Miles, Jack McCarthy, Mayank Pollard, and Bridget Bradley Gray. Welcome back, Gina. Well, I know you're not going to leave us this evening for a while, so.
No, I'll be here for a minute. Thank you. So Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School educates 658 students in pre-kindergarten 3 and pre-kindergarten 4 at 8 campuses located in wards 1, 3, 6, 7, and 8. Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School also adopted the Performance Management Framework, or PMF, as its charter goals. Due to the pandemic and the development of the Aspire system, DCPCSB ceased producing the PMF after school year 2018-19. And as mentioned earlier, DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. The charter goals policy allows pre-kindergarten schools to demonstrate goal attainment on transitional goals measures by meeting a comparative target or improving from the prior school year. In school year 22-23, one campus fully met its charter goals, one campus substantially met its charter goals, one campus partially met its charter goals, and 3 campuses did not meet their charter goals. In school year 23-24, one campus fully met its charter goals, 3 campuses substantially met their charter goals, and 2 campuses partially met their charter goals. And I should also mention that only 6 campuses were under review because they were operating during the review period. Because schools that exclusively serve pre-kindergarten have only one available goal attainment pathway, compared to multiple pathways available for schools with larger grade spans, partially or substantially meeting goals indicates that the school's academic performance is satisfactory to strong. DCPCSB staff determined that the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends the board vote to continue Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter Schools charter with the following condition. DCPCSB will assess Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter Schools Charter Goals Policy Pathway Performance over the coming years and may conduct an out-of-cycle charter review prior to the school's scheduled 25-year charter review in school year 29-30. Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you, Gina. Welcome, Apple Tree friends. It is good to see your faces and congratulations getting to this part in this milestone, 20 years. Wow, it's a long time. So I'm not sure who, Jamie, are you kicking us off? If so, if you can introduce everyone that's with you and then we'll turn it over to you all to reflect on your last 5 years.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chair Wright. Good evening, Dr. Walker Davis, staff members, and members of the DC Public Charter School Board. I am Jamie Miles. I'm the Chief of Schools at Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School, and I am joined by my colleagues. I know you asked for me to introduce them, but I'll allow them to tell you who they are.
Such an early childhood educator. They can speak. I'm just messing with you.
Teaching, you learn, and growing along the way.
Hi, PCSB board members and staff members. I am Mayank. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Apple Tree.
Hello, board members and staff members. My name is Jack McCarthy, and I'm the board chair of Apple Tree Early Learning.
Hi, y'all. I'm Bridget Gray, and without extending the time on this long meeting, I just have to give props to the PCSB staff. I used to be one of them, and it was, as Dr. Walker Davis knows, it was like ages ago, when she was back running things in the mayor's office. So great to see you all, and thanks for your work.
So we thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying welcome.
Oh, thank you again. But we thank you for this opportunity to present for our 20-year charter review. For 2 decades, Apple Tree has focused squarely on one mission, providing the cognitive, social, and emotional foundations that children need to thrive in kindergarten and beyond. As we reflect on this milestone, we do so with humility, a deep sense of responsibility, and a firm belief in continuous improvement. We are proud of our history, but we are even more focused on the future. Over the past 5 years, our schools, like so many others, have navigated unprecedented challenges. The lingering effects of COVID-19 pandemic disrupted early childhood development, attendance patterns, staff retention across the district, and we felt those effects acutely. We acknowledge that in school year 22-23, 3 of our campuses, Columbia Heights, Oklahoma Avenue, and Southwest, did not meet their charter goals. We understand the weight of this. Those outcomes do not reflect the standards that we hold up for ourselves. Our families and our children deserve our best performance. We analyze our data, we listen to the feedback, and we have acted. Beginning in the fall of 2022, we invested in a multi-year organization-wide effort to rebuild and accelerate student progress. That effort is already showing results. By school year 23-24, every Apple Tree campus improved, and all 6 campuses either partially, substantially, or fully met the charter goals. Looking at our Oklahoma Avenue campus, improved in 6 of 7 goal measures. Columbia Heights made gains in both pre-literacy and social-emotional learning. And even Southwest, though we're still not quite fully where we want to be, made measurable progress in attendance and classroom support quality. We achieved this by aligning our strategy to 3 non-negotiable priorities: instructional quality, students' equity, and operational sustainability. First, we doubled down on instructional quality. We enhanced our Every Child Ready curriculum, version 2.0, to better reflect post-pandemic developmental needs of students, especially in the area of social-emotional learning. Our instructional coaches are now embedded in our campuses twice a week, providing real-time targeted support. We expanded teacher training, both in quantity and in depth, and launched Every Child Ready 2.0 across all of our campuses. Secondly, we addressed the systematic factors influencing performance. We raised teacher salaries by over 18% from 2019 to 2024 to retain experienced teachers. We expanded our resident teacher program to build a sustainable talent pipeline, including a special education track. And we increased staffing ratios by hiring additional classroom assistants, floaters, social workers, and speech language pathologists. Third, we focused on equity and family partnership. Our at-risk population has grown significantly, far more than the sector average. In response, we intensified family engagement efforts, restructured our attendance policies to include earlier and more frequent outreach, and expanded early childhood mental health support through funding from the U.S. Department of Education. We've also taken steps to ensure our campuses remain financially strong and in compliance from a regulatory perspective. There are no findings of fiscal mismanagement. We continue to meet all of our charter requirements and legal obligations. We have had consistent leadership in both our board and executive team. We are encouraged by the progress reflected in the review, but we're not satisfied. We are moving forward with urgency and purpose. In school year 24-25, we've already increased ECR coaching capacity. Again, we've applied to become an OSCE-approved education preparation provider, and we've expanded our social emotional supports and specialized instructions across the network. We understand that you've recommended conditional continuance and may conduct an out-of-cycle review. We recognize that. We believe that improvements underway will not only be sustained, but will accelerate over time. Apple Tree is led by a seasoned, responsive team that sees the whole child, understands our context, and is resourceful in meeting the moment. We are committed to ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to the foundation they need to succeed in kindergarten and beyond. We thank the board and staff for your ongoing partnership and your candid assessments. We hear you and we are acting because our children deserve nothing less. Thank you. And at this time, we will receive questions.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm going to turn it over to board members. Before I do, I would just like to hear from you to just give us a little bit of reflection. You've been hit pretty bad early childhood, and particularly coming back from COVID. How have you, what has that done for you of it when you think about these kind of last 5 years? How have you had to adjust your program to respond to this kind of changing dynamic, particularly with non-compulsory grades, right? Like, how has that impacted you and your model? Then I'll turn it over to you, Vice Chairman Salmon.
Thank you. Excellent question. A colleague who's on this call remember me sitting in the garage holding my head and saying, I've never experienced anything like this before. But it was COVID and we came back we all said it was hard coming back from COVID and we felt it was hard, but we didn't realize how hard it truly was until we actually got into the trenches and began to work with our students. Before COVID, variability across our campuses, there was not a lot. Post-COVID, suddenly we began to see those changes in our campuses and our students' performance. We realized that developmental milestones were just not there. Our students did not have the same language. Their environment was different as their pre-pandemic peers. We saw behaviors increase, social emotional learning decrease, so to speak. Their behaviors associated with social emotional learning decrease. Also, our at-risk population changed significantly in the campuses that we're talking about, all of our campuses, but the three in particular, Columbia Heights, Oklahoma Avenue, and Southwest. Columbia Heights, 20% of our at-risk population increased by 20%, 15% at another campus, 13% at another campus. Students were just different as they came in, just not having the social skills they needed to access the curriculum in the ways that they've done in the past. What was also telling, and I remember standing and speaking to staff members at our start of a session and asked them, stand if you're brand new to Apple Tree, and looked around, I felt like almost half of the individuals were brand new to Apple Tree post pandemic. And while we trained and we supported teachers, the reality of it is we were training them virtually, we were supporting them virtually, then they came back in and we were going to hit the ground running the same way we've always done. But our students were just not the same students, and our training had to feel and look a little differently. Our retention rate of teachers went from 70% down to 60%. So just a lot of factors were really coming into just really impacting the way our students were performing. Attendance rates were down. Our families did not want to send their students back to school when everyone else was ready to go back in. The reality of it is the vaccine was not there for young learners. And then when it finally did become available for young learners, families were still afraid and nervous and scared to put a vaccine or have their child to get vaccinated, and then to send them back to school with so many unknowns. So we spent those years really trying to focus in on making sure they felt safe, they felt supported, things that we would do, but didn't have to spend so much energy and time, just feeling safe, supported, trying to get the families to bring their students to school when, again, they did not feel comfortable sending their students back to school. Trying to get our teachers to stay. Of course, no matter what grade level, it's a challenge coming in, but when you're dealing with young learners and they're still not potty trained and they're experiencing just socializing to the world in general and school in general, I think it makes the work even harder. So even teachers just trying to reorient them and focus them to be able to prioritize and get the work done. Our SPED population changed significantly as well during that time. We almost tripled our SPED population pre-COVID, 30 some students, and to date we're 90 plus students, probably growing every single day. So just changes all around in the population that we served, and we initially went back in oh yeah, we've done this, we got this, we've done this before, this is what we've been doing for the past 20 years, or a little less than that at the time, but realizing the world truly did change and our students have changed, and our response to those changes, we need to make some changes. We need to respond a little differently to the changes that were coming to us.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I think that's a real honest assessment of understanding that the model that worked pre-COVID probably is not the same model, and having to make that adjustment, even though you're, 20 years old. Vice Chairman Salmon?
Between school year 2022 and 2022-23 and school year 23-24, you had significant improvement across almost all your campuses. What do you attribute the improvement to, and what are you doing to sustain and expand it?
So one, looking at the data, so the points that I named before, like we felt those challenges were there, but we really realized those challenges were there and we really needed to respond. So from thinking about our retention of leaders and teachers, we have our teacher residency model. We have a leadership residency type model where we're now really focusing on making sure that our teachers are trained internally so that they can help continue the pipeline so that we don't see vacancies across the board as we saw coming out of COVID. We adjusted our salary band so that we can retain quality teachers in the field. We intensified our instructional coaches. So we have instructional coaches throughout our building, and they are there to monitor, they are there to observe, they are there to do side-by-side coaching, to give feedback. We have partnered with special education. We have a few different partners from the SPED co-op to another vendor who's coming in to better support all our teachers, our general education teachers, not just our special education teachers, to have more inclusive practices. So again, as I name, our students were coming to the table with varied needs or needs that we had not seen in the past. So we need to continue to get our teachers up to that level or continue to push them and train them to support them. So training and support with our general education teachers to make sure that they are equipped to handle the range that we see, range of students' needs that we come into the class, that come into our classrooms. We've also implemented a self-contained classrooms in our network as well, as we saw increased needs coming in, making sure that we were able to not only meet those needs of students in our general education classroom, we were also able to meet the needs of those students in our self-contained classrooms. Intense close training. We started the training some years ago. We are still looking to how we can train better and differently and have really targeted training, looking at our data to use that data to drive our needs and to drive our programming that we're doing.
Thank you.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Ms. Mouse, I just have a couple questions about your financials, and they're primarily related to your occupancy. It seems as though you guys opened a couple of facilities or a few facilities in 24, 25, or excuse me, in 24 and 25. And in both cases, they didn't meet capacity. Can you tell us sort of what your thoughts are around those facilities, if you've seen improvement in enrollment, and how you're thinking about occupancy going forward in light of those experiences?
Absolutely. I will start and then I will turn it over to Mayank, my Chief Financial Officer, who will continue. So one, we are constantly looking and going to places where we can, one, meet our mission, as well as where there's a need in the city. So we made two choices. One, we opened our Southwest location and we opened our waterfront location. Is that correct? Yes. Waterfront location. No, it was not up there at the time.
First the Spring Valley and
Spring
then
Valley. And then waterfront location. I wasn't sure if waterfront was here, but our Spring Valley location. And I'm sorry.
Yes, so we opened two locations, one in school year 23-24, that was the Spring Valley location, and we opened one location in this school year 24-25, that was the waterfront location.
Okay.
But just so when you were asking the question, are you speaking of those two locations, or just that?
Yes, those are the two that are noted in my reading. The essentially your last 2 years, so 24 and 25 is what's noted here. But I'm assuming that's FY, so it's probably the facilities that you're talking about.
That is correct. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And so Mayank's going to jump in here, but as we saw what we knew when we were going into both areas, it's a new school. While we do have a good reputation going into those areas, we were not expecting to completely exceed every single enrollment target and goal in our first year. It takes time to build relationships in the community. It takes time to establish ourselves into communities, to continue to build rapport with individuals there, let families know that we are there. And as we move into year two and year one at those campuses, we are already seeing an increase in enrollment across in both of those areas. But I'm let Mayank jump in and continue in that area.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to give you some numbers, Ms. Beatty. So, for example, in Spring Valley, in our first year, we had an enrollment of 66 students that jumped to over 110 students in the second year. We are expecting to be over that number and like add another 20 more students in that area. In our second location that we opened this year, Waterfront, we had about 90 students. And if I can just tell the composition, we had 75 pre-K 3 and 15 pre-K 4. So as you can imagine, with the matriculation into the second year, we expect to have like a bigger pre-K 4 class and with the pre-K 3. So again, we expect to have higher enrollment numbers, and we are already seeing that on our end for the future year. So going back to your question on the occupancy, I think that is one way our expenses are gonna, like our occupancy a percentage that you see are going to come down. The other thing that I can mention on the occupancy is a lot of our occupancies are on depreciation. Like we have about, in the numbers that you're seeing, about over 30% of that is our depreciation as well. And we have made investments in our facilities over the last few years.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And the second facility that you noted, I followed your numbers for the first, but the second where you said you started at 75 and went to
So
90.
we started at 90.
Yes, okay.
And 90, and we had 75 was pre-K 3 and 15 was pre-K 4. So there was a smaller pre-K 4 class, but now we have the matriculation from pre-K 3 to pre-K 4 for the next school year.
Perfect.
So the campus is gonna grow.
And that was the second one. So you're expecting to see enrollment increase in the coming years.
Yes,
I
yes.
understand. Okay, perfect. And then just a couple other questions. In 2025, it looks like you all successfully secured a private contribution, which is amazing. But I think that helped you sort of not be in breach of one of your debt service covenants. Are you all positioned going forward to where perhaps you don't need that level of contribution, or how are you thinking about how you're looking at your finances as it relates to the coming years?
Yep. So going forward, we are not looking at contributions. We have also shared so that, we have shared a couple of enrollment scenarios with the PCSB in preparation for this meeting, which showed minimal private contribution, nothing to those levels where we are meeting our debt service coverage ratios as well and other covenant requirements. So going forward, we do not expect those levels of contribution.
And you don't need them in order.
We don't need, yeah, exactly. We don't need them
to be able to meet where you need to be in
Yep.
terms of your debt service coverage.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay.
May I jump in just quickly to say from a board perspective, I think in this last fiscal year, I think the board has stepped up and worked closely with management in a very productive way, all coming together to say, hey, we've made some major investments in facilities last year that really took a hit on our cash, but we've needed fundraising at different points that we want to go forward in a way that's more sustainable, and we've got to be much more, we've taken a significantly different approach in terms of being realistic with expectations. And that's been tricky over the last several years for all the reasons in early childhood that you all have just discussed, that Jamie discussed so well. But just to say that the board and management are engaged very closely together and try to write that, make sure that we don't slip financially.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that. And I want to be clear that the contributions in and of themselves are not the issue. That's actually a great thing that your LEA is attractive to philanthropists or wherever the contributions are coming from. That's not my concern. It is exactly what you said, Ms. Gray, that at some point you want to be sustainable for the long term and not necessarily solely rely on that. So thank you for saying that. Just two other questions. You all have a refinance that's coming up in June 2026. You're thinking about that?
Not anymore. So we already, so we've been working for this. So we already had a meeting with Aussie this past week. Our Columbia Heights loan that was due in June of 26 has been extended to September 29. The reason for that extension was because we have another loan with them which matures in September of 29. So it puts us in a stronger position going to market for the refinancing from a collateral standpoint. And as you had made some comments around like projects and financing in the current environment, so we already were proactive about this and we got the extension approved last week.
Good for you. And essentially you consolidated the debt. Is that what you did?
We still have two loans, but they're maturing at the same time.
They're coterminous.
They go out to coterminous. Exactly.
Good for you. And then my last question, and this probably dovetails into what you just talked about. There was a note in my reading that essentially said you all need to right size your expenses around 2026 so that you maintain your liquidity targets. It sounds like that's why you were proactive with the refinance. Is that what that is that
Exactly. It's like we've been looking at different things, and that was just one part of it, Ms. BT. Like we've been looking in terms of right sizing of expenses. There's obviously the enrollment growth that we mentioned, but at the same time, uh, we have been actively looking at some of the other things that we can do better. So looking at our biggest expense lines beyond salaries as well. And like, for example, like thinking about food services, like that's a big expense in schools. So we have been like tracking wastage of like without affecting our program quality and our delivery to the students, how we can be more efficient in our usages. So that's been like a focus that we have that's been one of our focus areas this year, and we expect to see the results for that next year. So we are already working for it, and that's why like we submitted a couple of budget versions to the PCSB staff as well at various enrollment levels.
Perfect. And just to clarify, I didn't ask it. The debt that you refinanced that's now coterminous, that's not Aussie debt, that's private debt, right?
That's Aussie debt. That's
Aussie debt. So it's not bank debt.
Yep. So we have three loans. Two of them are Aussie. So the Aussie loans are now coterminous. In September of 29, we also have another debt that matures in December of 27. It's about 3.5, but out of that 3.5, 3.2 million is already in a sinking fund account. And
say that again. 3.2 is
in a sinking fund account.
Fine. Is that essentially like a cash account?
Yeah, it's a restricted cash account. It's a restricted cash account.
I follow you.
Yep. So again, we will like that. So we have got like a good debt management plan at the moment for the next few years.
I would agree with you.
Thank you.
Board Member Crucy.
Thank you everyone for this. And Treasurer Bridget, thank you for jumping in from that board perspective. I'm going to offer a board question like I asked the last group. First, congratulations everyone. Jamie, thank you so much for this really thorough presentation. I know it's been a tough few years. My question is for the board members here, Chairman McCarthy and Bridget. I'd asked the early childhood group about how their board is involved in academic oversight. And the response was really helpful. And actually, I realized I should rephrase the question of over the course of the last 20 years, how there's the current question of how is your board involved in academic oversight, but then also how has it evolved? Charter school governance is at the heart of what makes charter schools special and unique. So I welcome both the response to the moment. You answered already a bit, Bridget, from a treasurer's perspective, but I'd love to hear more from an academic perspective. And then also kind of thinking about the arc over the last 20 years, some lessons you've learned.
I can start with that. In the beginning years, we were strongly of the opinion that every board member should be familiar with the academic program as well as, with the responsibilities of understanding the finances of the school and understanding the operations. And what is interesting about our board is that we currently have 8 different sites, and each one of those sites was a story in and of themselves, the different communities that it was serving, the financing strategies that were involved, and so forth. And our board has really evolved over time from being a group of problem solvers to now getting to the point where I think we're able to specialize more than we did in the past, where we have an academic committee now, given the changes in accountability, given the number of schools that we have, given the stakes and the challenges that we're involved with, where now there are members who are supporting our schools team with frequent analysis of data, recommendations of supports to be provided to ensure. I know this last year particularly with the review, there's been a very strong board mandate to really concentrate on doing the things that we needed to do to get back to high performance, at all of our sites and to eliminate the inconsistency. So I would say that we've evolved over time where now we have a very strong finance committee. We will have a very strong academic committee. That's a work in progress, quite honestly. And we're adding people to our board that have a strong educational focus, particularly in early childhood education. Bridget Hamre, who was the CEO of Teachstone, is going to be joining our board. And we're very pleased to have her interest. And we're also going to be adding Elena Smith from Ed Forward to join our board. So we're very excited about their expertise and what they'll be bringing to our efforts. Bridget, anything you'd like to add?
I would just say that as a board member who's slightly more focused on finance, I've just appreciated the entire time I've been on the board, which is I think 15 years now, getting great data from management. Jamie does a great job of, presenting updated academic data, and it's a lot to digest. But so there's always been that honest and thoughtful reporting of data to the board. And as Jack said, I think, more of a effort toward, having some folks specialize in digging deeper on the academics at this point.
Thank you for that. And thank you also for your service.
Board Member Davis.
Yes, my question is really basic. What factors really contribute to low performance at some of your campuses? What have you found to be some of those factors?
So leadership retention has been a challenge at one campus in particular. I see our Columbia Heights campus, excuse me, went through quite a bit of change there over time. Actually, at our Southwest campus as well, we had leadership changes at both. I think it is challenging to maintain academic progress when leadership is shifting or has shifted in that. I named earlier the student demographics have just changed. Our at-risk student population at those campuses increased significantly. Again, not that we don't have the resources and the knowledge to respond, but it's not something we've typically seen at those campuses, and probably adjusted a tad bit too slow. Could have moved a little faster there. Those 2 campuses also are where we have our self-contained classrooms. We started those 2 classrooms post-pandemic after seeing the needs of the students, knowing that we need to have a continuum of service for those students. We saw our population increase, and like earlier I named, we almost doubled between the years of this review, but we're at over 100 students now, special education, where we were 30 students at some point. So those are some of the key factors that we've seen that has impacted performance at those campuses.
And as a follow-up, you mentioned that the students are different as a result or coming out of the pandemic. I would imagine that Apple Tree is different as well. So how have you changed, or what changes have you made as it relates to family engagement? How are you engaging families differently, or can you explain?
Think it's ever evolving. We always take pride in, I think because our students come to us at such a young age, typically our families are also very young, not in all cases, but they're also very young. So we've always taken great pride in supporting our families, educating them, because a lot of times it's just their first child entering into school. But naming as we face some of these challenges, we know that we have to do that more and we have to do that differently. So from our parent meetings that we have, from some of our workshops that we have throughout the school year, um, just listening to our families, responding to some of we've always tried to respond to like the barriers that they may bring to the table, or the challenges they may bring to the table, but being more inclusive and making sure that individuals are properly trained to be able to be responsive to families and their needs and responding to families and their needs. But again, it's a daily challenge. It doesn't stop. Like it's a daily work. And I think it's really taking time to listen to the families, listen to our community. We issue surveys a couple of times throughout the year to learn more from our families, what they need, how we can support them, what they're looking for in a school. And we use that data to make adjustments from maybe it's the programming that we're offering. Just recently heard they want to learn more about our instructional model and what it is. And I mean, they send their child to school, but they want to learn more about what they're actually learning and doing. So figuring out how we can make sure that they're educated and more knowledgeable so that they can be better advocates and partners in this work with us.
Thank you.
So I do just want to note for those who may be wondering, when you look at Apple Tree and you see 3 campuses did not meet a goal and substantially, I think it's important to note that as an early childhood school, you only had one pathway, whereas other schools have multiple pathways to meet their goal. You only had the one pathway. So when we look at why your conditions may look a little different than other conditions, I think it's important just to note that for the record. So if someone's wondering in terms of what that looks like, I just want to note and appreciate the candidness that you share, Ms. Miles, in terms of the realities that have, I think, hit all schools coming back from the pandemic, but how it uniquely impacts a LEA like yours, where you have only 3 and 4-year-olds. It's non-compulsory. People hold on to all their children tightly, but they really hold on to when they're 3 and 4-year-olds. Even when you were talking about the delay in vaccine, I was like, oh my goodness, I forgot. That's right. That didn't happen until a certain time, right? So all of those factors are there. And I think all schools who serve those ranges definitely are still feeling the impact of changing family mentality to getting them back to school. I think that was one of the things that was really unique about DC with our focus on early childhood. It was what people knew it and they took it very seriously. And I think COVID set that back. So I appreciate as our lone kind of ECA, LEA, that you all are doing the heavy lifting of figuring that out and making the adjustment necessary as you continue and move through this 20-year review. So I want to note that. I do want to say, though, and go back to, you've heard me say this before, for any school and who has come before us has had conditions. One of the things that I care deeply about and believe we all should is making sure that our families are fully informed about what's happening in their schools. Families are trusting us with their children, and that trust deserves transparency. I believe it's a responsibility of school leaders. I've said this before, and I'm going to continue to say it. And it's our responsibility as authorizer to make sure families are fully aware of and informed about what's happening in their school. Too often, especially for families who are marginalized or less familiar with how the education system works, that hasn't always been the case. So when a school is not fully meeting its charter goals and is being continued with conditions, no matter what those conditions are, families need to know that they deserve to hear directly from their school. For the previous schools to whom we've issued conditions this review cycle, we required those schools to provide notice to their families pursuant to a DC PCSB provided template. While the conditions being issued here tonight differ from a few of those schools, although they mirror a couple others. The right of parents to be informed about conditions for continuance does not change. I will be moving to revise the staff recommendation to include all schools in this situation to provide clear, direct notice to their families. I want to note that this isn't about calling out or penalizing schools or ignoring any unintended consequences. It's about honoring the trust that families place in us and you as school leaders. When a school is facing challenges, families shouldn't be the last to know. They should be your partners in understanding where things stand and what comes next. I understand that some may see this kind of requirement as overreach, but let me be clear, it is not. It's part of our responsibility. We're not here to run schools. We are here to ensure families are informed and empowered. Transparency isn't interference. It's core part of the public trust that comes with operating a public school and how we serve our students and our communities. So colleagues, unless there is further discussion, I will now entertain a motion. Well, I will actually make the motion since I just adjusted. I am going to move that we continue the charter application, the charter of Apple Tree Public Charter School with the conditions proposed by staff, with the addition of the following condition. Apple Tree PCS must inform its family of condition 1 using a template provided by DC PCSB by June 16th, 2025.
Second.
Before we vote, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Secretary Adamafania, can you please call roll?
Chairwoman Wright,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Davis,
Aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Congratulations. Aye.
and I am an aye as well, Chair.
Congratulations, Apple Tree. You all are doing amazing work in the early childhood space. You have been our leaders in that work, and we continue to look for you and look to you for leadership in that. So congratulations on getting to this mark, and we look forward to celebrating you at your next review. Thank you
Wonderful.
all.
Thank you all very much. Take care.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, Gina will introduce the proposal and recommendation for Howard University Public Charter School. I would also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. Dr. Procope, Wendell Johns, Wendy Pace Lewis, Dr. Corbett Houston, Ebony Brown, Angel Hargrove, and Lee Vason. Hey, Gina.
Hi, Chair Wright. Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science, excuse me, Public Charter School, also known as Howard University Middle, educates 271 students in grades 6 through 8 at a single campus located in Ward 1. Howard University Middle Public Charter School adopted 5 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. In school year 22-23, Howard University Middle Public Charter School fully met the growth pathway by demonstrating improvement in both reading and math on its nationally normed growth assessment, Northwest Evaluation Association Measures of Academic Progress, or NWEA MAP. In school year 23-24, Howard University Middle Public Charter School fully met the individually negotiated goals pathway by exceeding the goal target or improving performance from the prior school year on all 4 applicable individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff determined that the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Howard University Middle Public Charter School's charter. Howard University Middle Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Great. Welcome, Howard team. Good to see you all, and congratulations getting to this milestone. Dr. Proko, I'm assuming that you are going to introduce your team.
Thank you. It's so good to see everybody. Like old homework here. So I would like to open up with the chairman of our board of directors, Chair Johns, if you want to start off, please.
Before you do, Chair Johns, if you, Dr. Proko, if you could just tell us who we have here, so we know.
Absolutely. So we have our principal, Dr. Corbett Houston, our Dean of Student Culture, Lee Vason. We've got Wendy Pace Lewis, who is our board treasurer. I have Ebony Brown, our assistant principal, and Angel Hargrove, who is our director of curriculum and instruction.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, Chairman Johns.
Well, thank you, Chair Wright. Good evening. As Dr. Prokop just said, I am Wendell Johns. I am chair of the board of the Howard University Public Charter Middle School of Mathematics and Science. And I want to thank the Public Charter School Board for giving our school another opportunity to come before you to renew our charter one more time. I am proud of the numerous initiatives our team has adopted since our last charter review to enhance the learning environment of our middle schoolers. Our representatives will highlight these initiatives during this session this evening. After a very critical evaluation, the middle school received its accreditation from Middle States Association Commission on Elementary and Secondary Schools, with the caveat that physical improvements needed to be made to our facility. Our landlord and sponsor, Howard University, graciously committed to providing us with new space that will be completed this summer. This space will be adjacent to Howard School of Education. Our school's leadership and staff have increased our presence and students from our Ward 1 neighborhood while continuing with most of our students residing in Wards 7 and 8. We have enhanced our board of directors with some key executives and educators from the community and have committed to including and providing additional training for all of our board members. One of our many partnerships we have with the Howard University community has resulted in a heightened effort of tutoring provided by HU's college students to our middle schoolers. Now, these efforts and more have been spearheaded by our executive director, Dr. Catherine Prokop, who will continue describing our noteworthy initiatives.
So as Chair John said, our deep and sustained partnership with Howard University is a relationship that's both unique and transformative, providing tutoring, mentorship, and immersive experiences for our students. And as we prepare to co-locate with the School of Education this academic year, we anticipate that this move will not only enhance our academic environment, but also deepen the connection between our students and the university's world-class resources. We were reminded of the impact of our work this past September when we met one of our former students who promoted from the middle school in 2020, that's right, during the pandemic, as she walked across campus as an incoming Howard freshman. And this reminded us that the work that we're doing is making a difference as we guide our scholars toward promising futures. And of course, every journey has its challenges, and we're committed to addressing the areas of growth. And they include that we need to look at our suspension rates. They need to be lowered, and we're investing in restorative practices that promote conflict resolution and personal accountability and strong relationships amongst our students. And we're enhancing family engagement to ensure that our students thrive in and out of our classrooms. We recognize that we have to do some work around special education. Our students with special education needs need a little bit more from us, and we're enforcing our commitment to excellence through some targeted professional development, common planning time between SPED and gen ed teachers, and personalized coaching for our teachers. We think that this support will ensure that every student receives the tailored support that they need to succeed. Academic achievement is always on the forefront for us, and we recognize that it's critically important, and foundational skills are important to our students. Our kids come to us from schools all across the city and with varied levels of achievement. And so what we have to do, and what we are doing, is providing our incoming sixth graders with additional intervention classes to address the fundamental skills that they may need to put them on a path of long-term success. So as we reflect on 2 decades of impact and innovation, we remain focused on our mission, which is to develop the next generation of scientists, engineers, and leaders. And we're excited about our future and continued success of our remarkable students. And thank you for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. And again, congratulations for getting to this point. Can you talk to us a little bit about the move and like how this came about? Well, obviously I heard Chair John say the commission said y'all need a better building. So that definitely can impact it. But talk to us about that partnership with Howard and like the move and what you're anticipating coming from such a move.
So I'm finishing 10 years, and we have been talking about this move to the minor building since I came. The goal for the move was to create the kind of collaboration and partnership with the School of Education that doesn't exist anywhere on any other campus. So we are literally in the same building with some walls dividing us, of course, for safety's sake, and using that proximity to not only enhance the teacher preparation on the School of Education side, but also provide supports on our side where not only are their students supporting our students, but we are working with their teachers and their faculty to provide a different level of professional development for our teachers as well. One of the things that I think makes us unique is right now, I think we're at about 35% of our teachers are Howard graduates, and we consistently rather, are the space where the School of Education's teachers come and do their student teaching. So this makes it even easier. They just walk across the hall.
Wow, I don't think I never knew that 35% of your teachers came from Howard. Wow. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Board Member Davis?
Good evening, Dr. Procope.
Good evening, Dr. Davis. I said doctor.
So I have a question for you. I know a little bit about Howard University Middle School Math and Science, and in past years, students have taken algebra as early as 7th grade, geometry in 8th grade, and math proficiency has been like one of your pillars. However, math outcomes indicate the students are not as proficient as they used to be. Can you talk to us about what is contributing to that lag and what shifts you and the team are making to ensure that Howard University Middle School Math and Science continues to perform at a high level in math specifically?
Can I toss that to our curriculum instructor?
Absolutely.
Ms. Hargrove?
Good evening, everyone. We have taken a number of steps to address the concerns around our math data. When I joined the team in July, we immediately began assessing based on NWEA map data, and then we started our data dive around our CAPE scores when we received those a little later in the summer. What we are noticing is that there is, and what we've come to realize through some of our work with students as they've gotten into the building in the fall is that a lot of the work that we need to do is around foundational knowledge. If we look at our current 8th graders, these were our 3rd graders during the pandemic. So they did half of 3rd grade in the classroom, the other half of 3rd grade online, and the entire 4th grade online. So let's think about what math skills were happening during that time that they had to learn through a computer screen. And now look at how those math skills translate to what's happening in grade 7 and 8, right? Even grade 6. So we have taken some time to look at how we can address those needs. So we have a foundational math class in 6th grade. And 8th grade students take both a statistics class and Math 8. We do still offer Algebra 1 as a class. I think one of the major things that we've done as a transition this year is place a keen focus on data disaggregation. We have had teachers take a deep dive and making sure that teachers even understand what all of these numbers are that are being presented to them and how they use those numbers to impact their daily instruction, right? We place all of this data in front of teachers and say, well, here, this is what happened, and now do something. Well, we've taken the time to make sure that teachers, 1, understand what those numbers mean, 2, understand how it impacts their daily practice, and 3, that they understand what instructional moves they can make day to day to make sure that that growth is happening. We also are tracking growth during our bi-weekly data meetings. Those meetings, again, are done every other week. And then on the opposite week, teachers are doing what's called a lesson tuning protocol, where they are able to teach their lessons among their peers. So they're able to get feedback. They're able to dig into some common misconceptions. That's one of the things that we've pushed teachers on heavily this year, identifying what student misconceptions are, where those misconceptions are rooted, and then how we address those. So that's what we've been looking at with math, our most targeted focus, but we also have been implying a lot of those strategies around our other subject areas as well. And I'll hold that for a later question.
And one follow-up, Chair, right? So you raise a very good point, right? 3rd and 4th grade, foundational math fluency, getting into multiplication, basic division in 4th grade, right? So if that was the 3rd and 4th graders who are now your 8th graders, you said, now we have 1st and 2nd graders who will now be coming to you, right? And so how are you actually backwards mapping some of those learnings so that when students come in, like 6th grade, right? Because those would be maybe kindergartners.
Yep.
So how are you backwards mapping to ensure that your program is ready to actually get started sooner rather than later?
Yeah, I love that you use the phrase backwards mapping because I feel like I have run it into the ground with our staff. Everything needs to be planned from the end backwards, right? Where do we want children to end? Anytime I go into a planning meeting, I ask, okay, what do we want to be the outcome here? Where's this going to end up? Okay, cool. Now let's work backwards to figure out how we're going to get them there. And that's exactly what we're doing. When we look at what 8th grade math should be at the end of 8th grade, at the end of 7th grade, at the end of 6th grade, what should students know? What should they be able to do? Okay, now that we know what they should be able to do, let's figure out how to get them there. Again, our foundational math class in the 6th grade, I believe, is a game changer. It's something that I've not seen in other spaces, and that our students are extremely privileged to have. We have a really strong teacher in that space and a few really strong teachers in our 6th grade that are really laying the foundation for students. We also have targeted interventions for students who are coming into us in grades 7 and 8. We don't have a whole lot of students coming in the upper grades, but when students come in at grade 7 and 8, we have some targeted intervention planning for them. And we're continuing to grow those. We're looking again at the foundational skills that students need. So if students are solving linear equations in the 8th grade or in the 7th grade, what do they need to know in order to do that? Well, I need to understand greater than and less than. I need to understand the size of numbers, right? I need to understand where numbers are on the number line and what it means to subtract a negative and add a positive to, right? All of those things are rooted in foundational skills. So we dig into these higher level skills and decide what was the foundational skill here and what could be missing that would cause students not to succeed on that skill. And we take all of those foundational skills and then we put those into our interventions, right? And now that we're starting to build almost a repository of foundational skills that are needed for the higher level skills, now our teachers are able to more immediately diagnose what students are missing when they're starting to grapple with those higher level skills. I'll be honest with you, I'm an elementary person. I taught grades 2 and 3. I dabbled a little bit in 4 and 5 for about 9 years. So I was a bit intimidated coming into the middle school space, but the experience in elementary school gave me an edge that I didn't know I would need in filling in the foundational gaps for our middle school students. So I'm excited about what we're going to do with them. We've seen some growth this year, baby steps. And I do believe that we're going to continue to leap as we implement those skills.
Before I'm going to turn it over to Treasurer Beatty, but before I do, one of the things that after you had your QSR, your special education program score below basic, and staff recommended that the school provide professional development to its teacher and differentiation and universal design. So I have 2 questions based off that. To what extent do you notice shifts in special education teacher practice? And then what other efforts, if any, are in place to improve the special education program?
Dr. Houston, you handle that, please.
Sure. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So when you did your QSR, you scored below basic when it came to special education. And staff recommended that the school provide professional development to its teachers in differentiation and universal design. So 2 questions. To what extent do you notice shifts in special education teacher practice? And then 2, what other efforts, if any, are in place to improve the special education program?
So to start, we have been participating and ensuring that all of our special educators are in ongoing professional development, depending upon what the needs are for specific teachers. And so we actually do make sure that our teachers, specifically our special education teachers, get the training that they actually need based upon what they're doing in the classrooms. Our coaches are coaching them and working with them throughout the common planning times to make sure that they get what they need and they can be effective at what they're doing in the classrooms. We also have so we had an interesting dynamic this year where we have a special education coordinator director leaving, and we had another one with us. And so he's been learning the compliance side and working with Ms. Hargrove to ensure that he is able to get the instructional piece to help train and work with our special education teachers. So it's an ongoing process that we are trying to perfect this school year to make sure that we continue to do that throughout the upcoming school year.
So I want to just dig a little bit, Ms. Hughes. So specifically, though, that what they saw in the QSR was a lack of differentiation when it came to your, I was about to call them star scholars, because that's what we call them, with your special education students. And so I wanted, what are you doing specifically, right, like to make sure that you are having that differentiation in class and meeting their exact needs? And I don't know if that also includes, Ms. Hargrove adding to that, but how have you directly responded to that particular portion of the
I'm going to
feedback?
yield to Ms. Hargrove and talk about our continuous coaching cycle as well.
Right, sure, I'll jump in here. One of the major shifts has been co-planning. So our special education inclusion teachers and the general education in the classroom plan together with the coach. So every lesson that's being taught, one of the first things that I noticed and spoke to with some of our teachers was, hey, this is not a one teach, one watch. We can one teach, one assist. We can parallel. We can throw a pass back and forth. But everyone needs to participate in every space, right? And the inclusion model clarifies, or the inclusion model states that students are in their least restrictive environment, right? So this should not be just a pullout in a corner. Students should be involved in the learning together. One of the best directives I've gotten from a SPED director years ago was, if someone walks into a classroom where there's an inclusion model, they should not know that there are students receiving special education services in that space. And I operate by that. So teachers are co-planning so that they are able to parallel the lesson, right? And so that they're able to build in the necessary, what's your word, Hargrove? They're able to build in the necessary steps that are needed for students who receive special education services. So the lessons are differentiated based on students' needs with the number of questions that they are receiving. They have sentence starters in their writing classrooms, in their writing spaces. They are working with writing organizers and graphic organizers that are amended to meet their needs when they're in writing spaces. For mathematics, they have the tools that they need. If that's a multiplication chart, if that's a calculator in the spaces where it's applicable, again, where we're looking at the foundational need of a student, right? So if we're working on a fraction, let me focus on this multiplication strategy first in a small group, and then I'll bring you into adding and subtracting or multiplying and dividing fractions, and so forth. So we're working in the spaces to make sure that we're targeting the exact needs of the students. We also are leveraging the learning continuum within NWEA MAP and using IXL so that we're able to pinpoint the exact skills that we need to focus on with students. And we've learned that that is helping us to leverage what we're doing with students within the special education population as well, right? Oftentimes we teach to what we think students may need, and even looking at an IEP goal, we hone so much in on this one thing, but what is the data, the continuous data that we're getting from that student saying that we need to specifically attack with them? And so that's how we go into planning for our students in the special education population. Have we completely mastered it, and are we ready to lead professional development in the area? Not quite, but we are making strides, and I believe that when the review comes again, or when we receive that QSR again, I think that we'll see some major differences.
I think
And I think to add to that too, we are asking our students to also be responsible for their data as well. What happens is we have it as teachers and as administrators. However, we spend a good bit of time helping our young people understand who they are and where they are. And that helps them also to advocate for themselves and understand what kinds of supports they need in the classroom. So it's not them waiting on the teacher. They can actually articulate that for themselves.
Just to add, Ms. Hargrove kind of touched on this. The lessons are also designed to offer like multiple means of representation and to engage the students, students' expression. Also, teachers integrate like visuals and hands-on materials and using just the technology that we have in school, like the text-to-speech, the graphic organizers, and those things. So those are a lot of the things that we're doing around like UDL and making sure our young people, specifically our special population, gets what they need.
Great, thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I just have two quick questions for the Howard team. One of them is around your facilities, and Chair Wright, you started going down my line of thinking when you ask about the co-location of the space. Is there renovation that's going to happen in connection with your co-location?
The renovation is in process.
Okay.
So it is the Myrtilla Minor building that's on Howard's campus. If you've gone down Georgia Avenue, you see the big stair, that building.
Yes.
And that renovation actually started last year. They completed the side for the School of Education in October. So right around Howard's homecoming time. The side for the middle school, most of it was done. However, the floor that has our cafeteria, there was some foundational leakage that they had to address. And so that's why that was delayed, because it was planned that we were supposed to go last year. But when they recognized that work that needed extra work, they've been working on that, and the anticipated completion date is July, so that we have a move-in date for July 31.
Of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. And all of that is in kind, Dr. Procope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then my other question is specific to your metrics as we sort of compare it to our targets. There was a blip in your operating expense, and I call it that because it was just that. It was a blip in 2024, and it looks like it was specifically related to the reduction in ESSER funding and some decrease in enrollment that you all experienced, but then you seem to have recovered. So is that the case? Confirm for me that that is the case, that you recovered? And just talk to me a little bit about that.
Can I give that to Wendy Pace Lewis on our board?
Sure, thank you.
Let the money people talk money.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. Happy to be here. That's exactly right. So if you look at the period under review, we've had really good, strong performance. I would say our finance committee has been one of the most active for 15 years, right, that I've been involved. So yes, 2024, I feel like it was an anomaly. Our enrollment numbers went down more than we had budgeted for. And then we saw the decline in the ESSER fund. So that was a little bit of a perfect storm. And so that is what caused that sort of negative operations for 2024. We have rebounded. If you look at our 2025 budget, our enrollment numbers are up from, I think, the 253 that they were to the 271 that we're seeing. We also have positive budgeted net income. So for all of us, I mean, we've always been very fiscally responsible with our expenses. This is just something that's a part of our culture, but very much, even in 2024, we still have very strong cash position, but that was very much, to me, an anomaly if you look at the past 5 years for us.
That's what it appears to be. No, I appreciate that. And then I just had one other point of clarification. It is probably the case, but I just want to confirm it because of the way my reading is. It says that in addition, your in-kind rent on the new co-located facility is expected to change. But that you all expect that the university will continue their in-kind contributions. Can you confirm that expected is true, or are we using the word expected to be conservative, or do you?
We're just saying that we're going to a new building. So the current rent in kind of the existing building was $1 million. Clearly, yes, we're going to a new building. We yes, expect that number will be something different, still in kind. So yes, still, if you look at the net zero, right, impact. So we're just trying to say, will that number be $1 million? Probably not. Will it still be fully in kind by the university? Yes, that is our expectation.
That's what I wanted to confirm. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Board Member Cruci.
Thank you, everybody, and congratulations on achieving this milestone. Thank you so much for this really thorough conversation. Ms. Hargrove, your energy and going into detail at this hour is really quite incredible. I can only imagine what it's like in the middle of perhaps a more orthodox hour together with teachers and students. Thank you for this. Mr. Johns, I wanted to thank you for your board service and leadership, and I wanted to ask you what your perspective is on how the board participates in academic oversight, and over the arc of the years that you have served on the board, how the board's oversight and engagement with the school has evolved. You're on mute, sir.
I put myself on mute when I wasn't talking. Thank you. It's primarily evolved based upon the composition of the board. Howard University, because they are our sponsor and the way our bylaws work, the president of the university has the opportunity to appoint as many as 5 board members. Now, those number of board members have fluctuated over time, depending on how the president was involving himself with the operation of the middle school. So, for instance, as we have been working on this renovation of the minor building, the then President Frederick, who is no longer president of Howard University, appointed a number of people who are involved in development of the campus at Howard to help us and assist us with this transition to the minor building and to make sure that we would be on top of what was going on with the renovation. Consequently, their focus per se wasn't as much on academics as it was on what would be required for us to move into that building. Now, we had to supplement that with additional people that we brought in from the community and the various educators that we've brought in with that. So we've always had a component of our board that was focused on all of our key performance indicators having to do with academics at the school. And Dr. Procope has always been very transparent in all of the meetings that we've always had to go over where we are with our academics and the curriculum and what's going on with the testing and what we are providing as far as additional instruction where necessary to try to keep our middle schoolers at the highest point as they could be as far as their achievement. So yes, just like we've been very critical about where we stand with our fiscal responsibilities, we've been just as focused on what was going on academically too.
Thank you so much for that overview. I hadn't realized that the relationship with the university was formalized in that way. So thank you for talking us through it. Of course, throughout tonight's presentation, there has been plenty of reference to academic committee and other board involvement. So thank you for kind of tying it all together.
You're welcome.
Back to you, Chair.
Thanks for your question.
Yeah, co-sign that, Board Member Cruci. I didn't know that they assigned board members to you either. Dr. Proker, I talk to you all the time about Howard, so that's interesting. I didn't know that. I want to turn it over to Secretary Adamafania.
Thank you so much, Chair Wright. Good evening, Howard team. Congratulations as well on reaching this point. One question for you all here. Following this meeting, the DCPCSB staff plan to work with you to revise your in-seat attendance goal as it is no longer measured or it's no longer measurable on our end. Do you agree to work with the staff on this so that this goal is measurable for your 20?
Absolutely.
All right, that's it. That's my question. Right back to you, Chair Wright.
All right. Well, again, thank you, Howard team, for engaging with us and for getting to this milestone. Colleagues, unless there is any other discussion, I will now entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to continue the charter of Howard University Public Charter School.
I'll second.
Secretary Adamafania, if you can take a roll call.
Chairwoman Wright.
Absolutely, aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Beatty.
Happily, aye.
Board Member Davis.
Congratulations, MS2. Aye.
Board Member Cruci.
Congratulations, aye.
Chair Wright, I'm an enthusiastic yes, indeed, aye. So.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations, Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Many
much.
years.
Thank
Yes,
you.
not an easy task at all. Well-deserved recognition. So please celebrate. And thank you for hanging in there this evening. It is really late, and I know y'all got school tomorrow, but at least you'll go with a huge smile and a way to celebrate. So congratulations to you and your community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we got one more to go. Our Bridges team is holding on for us. So finally, Gina will introduce a proposal and recommendation for Bridges PCS. And I'd like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. We've got a large team. I don't know how many of them are still with us, but I know Olivia Smith is still with us, Janine Cox, Danette Dix, Giselle Brown, Georgia Virgos, Dennis Campbell, excuse me, Nicole Sheen, Ricky Hunt Taylor, Kelly Kiss, and Dan Simbrola. Welcome, Gina. You're almost over.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Bridges Public Charter School educates 365 students in grades pre-kindergarten 3 through 5 at a single campus located in Ward 5. Bridges Public Charter School adopted 9 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance during school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 using goal attainment pathways as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. In school year 22-23, Bridges Public Charter School fully met the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE, accountability system pathway by exceeding the target score of 40% on OSSE's accountability system. In school year 23-24, Bridges Public Charter School did not fully meet any pathway. The school partially met the individually negotiated goals pathway by exceeding the goal target on 4 of 7 applicable individually negotiated goals. Separate and apart from the school's goal attainment, in December 2024, OSSE identified Bridges Public Charter School as a comprehensive support and improvement school for scoring in the bottom 5% of DC public and public charter schools on OSSE's statewide accountability system. This designation lasts for 3 years. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Bridges Public Charter School's charter with 2 conditions. I will summarize them now, and you can read them in their entirety in the review report and accompanying proposal. First, DCPCSB will assess Bridges Public Charter School's charter goals policy pathway performance over the coming years and may conduct an out-of-cycle charter review prior to the school's scheduled 25-year review in school year 29-30. Second, Bridges Public Charter School must implement its OSSE required and DCPCSB approved school improvement plan beginning in school year 2025-26. The school must report on its progress fulfilling the plan in its annual reports throughout the designation period and must provide DCPCSB with school improvement plan progress updates at DCPCSB staff's request. If Bridges Public Charter School does not demonstrate progress fulfilling its school improvement plan, DCPCSB may conduct an out-of-cycle charter review. Bridges Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Great. Welcome, Bridges team, and thank you so much for your patience, for being here, and the fact that so many of you are still here on at this hour. It says a lot about the commitment that you all have to your LEA and to your school community. Congratulations on getting to 20 years of service. Again, it is no easy feat to be there. Olivia, before you begin, can you go ahead and just introduce your team that's here, and then I'll turn it over to you to open us up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to introduce our team. We have with us this evening Janine Cox, Elementary Assistant Principal, Danette Dix, Early Childhood Assistant Principal, Giselle Brown, our Director of Student Support Services, Georgia Vergos, our Chief Operating Officer, Dennis Campbell, the school's principal, Nicole Sheen, our Assistant Director of EL Services, Ricky Hunt Taylor, our Bridges Board Chair, Kelly Kissis, and Dan Chambrola, both from EdOps as our Finance Support, and myself, I'm Olivia Smith, I'm the founder and head of school. And Dennis Campbell, our school principal, is going to start us off with our opening statement.
Good evening, Chair Wright, board members, and Executive Director Walker Davis, Dr. Walker Davis. Thank you for the opportunity to present this school review on behalf of Bridges Public Charter School. 20 years ago, Bridges PCS was founded with a clear and compassionate mission to provide the DC community with a child and family-centered preschool program that prioritized early intervention services for students with special needs. That founding vision, rooted in inclusion, equity, and whole child development, has continued to guide our evolution over the past 2 decades. In 2012, we expanded our program to serve students from pre-K3 through 5th grade, deepening our commitment to inclusive, high-quality education for all learners. As we reflect on the past 5 years, we are proud of the progress we have made and the resilience our community has shown. The last half-decade began with the extraordinary challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, a time that tested every aspect of our work as educators and leaders. Yet through those challenges, we found opportunities to grow stronger and more intentional in our mission. One of the most affirming recognitions of our recent work came in 2022, when Bridges was named a Bold Performance School by Empower K-12. This distinction recognized not only our students' academic growth, but also our ability to close opportunity gaps for high-need learners, particularly students with disabilities and multilingual learners. We take great pride in this recognition, as it affirms the effectiveness of our inclusive model and the tireless work of our staff. A key driver of our instructional progress has been the school-wide adoption of universal design for learning. Over the last 3 years, our team has worked diligently through our partnership with the SPED Co-op to embed UDL into our teaching and learning practices. Although in its nascent stages of our school-wide implementation, our initial UDL data reflects instructional practices that are proactive, flexible, and responsive to the varied learning profiles of our students. As a result, we are beginning to see deeper student engagement, more meaningful access to grade level content, and improved instructional practices across classrooms and subgroups. While we celebrate our accomplishments, we also recognize the importance of being transparent about the challenges we face. We are underperforming across many of our key indicators. In addition, since 2020, our enrollment has dropped from 408 students to our current enrollment of 365. We have adjusted our budget and budget forecasts accordingly. This change in enrollment primarily reflects a shift in the complexity of our student population. Today, we serve a growing number of multilingual learners and students with high-level special education needs. This evolving student demographic calls for even more intentionality in our instructional design, staffing, and support services. Looking forward, our vision for the next 5 years is both focused and urgent: to improve student outcomes by meeting our 9 accountability targets as outlined in our charter goals. To do this, we have undertaken a comprehensive audit of our systems and processes, examining every layer of our school, from instruction and operations to family engagement and professional development. To ensure our efforts are measurable, immediate, and sustainable, we have anchored our approach in our current strategic planning work in partnership with Opportunity Consulting. This internal review has helped us clearly identify 3 priority challenges that we are actively addressing. First, we are responding to a dip in ELA and math academic performance between the 2022, 2023, and 2023-24 school years. While we have strong foundational practices in place, we are now working to ensure instructional consistency, particularly in instructional alignment, data-informed instruction, small group instruction, progress monitoring, and intervention fidelity. Our leadership team and teaching core is currently executing a revised instructional plan with more targeted supports and real-time data analysis to drive results. Second, we are confronting the ongoing issue of chronic absenteeism and inconsistent in-seat attendance. Like many schools across the sector and country, we have seen a post-pandemic shift in attendance patterns. To counter this, we have strengthened our attendance team, developed a comprehensive plan to deepen our family engagement, and refocused our school family initiatives. We will also leverage community partnerships to address the underlying causes of absenteeism, from housing instability to healthcare access, for example. Third, we are prioritizing talent management. We know that our educators are the heart of our school. For example, improving teacher retention while deepening teacher efficacy is central to ensuring student growth and achievement. In the past year, we've launched new supports for teacher well-being, improved feedback and performance review systems, and created clear pathways for career growth within Bridges. We are committed to building a culture where educators feel valued, supported, and connected to the long-term mission of our school. As we move into this next chapter, we do so with clarity and purpose. We have laid the foundation, a blueprint grounded in equity, data, and student-centered practices. We are confident with this focus and the ongoing partnership of our board and leadership community, we will meet and exceed our accountability targets. Most importantly, we will ensure that every student who walks through our doors is seen, supported, and empowered to thrive. Thank you for your time and continued support of Bridges PCS, and we're looking forward to questions that you may have.
Thank you, Principal Campbell, for that introduction. I will turn it over. Did I see one of my board members? Okay, I'm gonna actually kick us off for your thing. When you look at, you talked a lot about your changing population and how that's impacted, how you're doing in recovering from COVID. When you think about that dark decline, that sharp decline that you had from 22 to 23, how are you thinking about improving that performance and like not making that happen again, adjusting your program in order to meet who you currently serve?
I'm going to have Dr. Campbell and Ms. Cox address the question.
Yeah. That's a great question. I think, as a career educator, everything starts with, family engagement and relationships. And I think for us, that is the epicenter. So when we're looking at the shift in enrollment over the last 5 years for Bridges from 408 to 365 students, and the demographic makeup of our current enrollment, to me, one of the central pieces that our team has been focused on is really around cementing those relationships with families, with our current families, and of course, the broader community. And so we have to do a better job about telling our story, about who we are and what we offer, while we're also, doing the work to refine and really expand our instructional practices in-house. So this really becomes our enrollment challenge currently, is also an opportunity, because we feel, where we are at 365 with the current demographic makeup of our student body, we feel that we are well positioned to serve all the student needs well. and that we're continuing to, build and refine our instructional practices and build our systems and processes in-house that you need to do in order to be able to do this work. And then by the same token, we also feel that we're well positioned, as we look 5 years down the road to pivot and expand our enrollment in terms of who will be attracted to Bridges. So our school improvement plan and our strategic planning process and that inward looking, that reflective work that we've been doing and the actual structural and process and human capital changes that we've been putting in place, we believe are positioning us well, not only to manage our current enrollment, but to grow our enrollment in the out years.
So I think I want to just clarify what I heard you say, Principal Campbell, because now, correct, it's late, so I want to acknowledge that for everybody. So I don't want to say that I misheard you. But part of what I thought I heard towards the latter part was thinking about who you're attracting and your plan, your school improvement plan in terms of, I think you said something to the extent of, will allow us to attract different, you didn't use the word different, but summarize like a different population. And I guess I just want to push you on that because one, you've got to serve the population that you have and how you're adjusting your model to meet that. And then if you are attracting a certain population, that's probably because demographics and things like that in location, et cetera, are also changing. And so one of the things that we have to do is recognize the schools. We are open to everyone and we serve everyone. So how are you adjusting your model to meet the population that you actually have?
Yeah.
And
So I don't
not
want, yeah, thank you for that question. I don't want you to misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're adjusting our model. What I'm saying is that we're going to do a better job of telling the story of who we are.
Okay.
So that's an important distinction,
Okay.
So and what I mean by that is that the brand of Bridges, the reputation of Bridges, we know that we need to do a much better job of telling that story that this is a student and family-centered, inclusive community of learning. And so that's something that we have gotten a sense from at least the touch points that we've had, whether it's at EdFest, whether it is by word of mouth that families have heard about us, that there's an opportunity for us to really tell the story of all that we offer for students. I mean, you're right. I mean, the community is the community. I mean, students, we attract students from all over the city, although the heavy concentration is from Ward 4 and 5. And so, we have a gen ed population. We have clearly a significant number of multilingual learners, and we have we've had what 4 or 5 percentage point increase in students with disabilities over the last several years. So we're having around 38% at least this year. So what I'm talking about, what I'm trying to hammer away here is that we need to do a better job of representing who we are and what we offer. And by the same token, we need to strengthen that which we offer. So yes, we want to serve the population that we have. And also we want to make sure that we are clearly leading by our key performance indicators, but also that we're doing the work of telling a story about who we are and how we can serve all of these subgroups of students extraordinarily well.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm also clear in terms of what I'm asking and what I'm stating. At this point, Bridges, when it comes to your EML population, you have disproportionately high mid-year rates and lower progress towards English proficiency when compared to state and sector rates. For your K through 5, you have higher out-of-school rates, higher mirrored withdrawal rates, and lower in-seat attendance rates than the sector. For the response to be that you're just going to tell the story, there is something about your model that needs to change, improve, get back to, get better, or something about your model that needs to change. Not just your students in terms of the population, but or the way you tell your story, but your model, because the outcomes for these students are not, they're not where they need to be. So my question is, what are you planning to do to address that and improve your program and your model in order to improve performance?
Yeah, and we welcome that question. So we'll get to that in a minute. The question I was responding to you about was just around the enrollment. But in terms of our model, our school improvement plan, look, we know that there are three key areas that we want to focus on for our school improvement plan. We're going to focus on ELA growth, we're focusing on student attendance, and we're going to focus on talent management. So let's take one of the areas that you've mentioned there, where we know there needs to be some significant change around our attendance. We know that we're hovering around just below our target with our in-seat attendance, but we have a chronic absenteeism challenge. So we know that in terms of changing our practices around student attendance, what we need to do is we need to focus on three areas. The first area we need to focus on is changing the behavior of students and parents. And so what do I mean by that? We need to do a better job of engaging families because our attendance really at its core is a family engagement challenge. That's what it is. And so our practices need to change around communication. It needs to change around getting parents into the building for events. It needs to change around being very transparent about how we are evaluated as an entity so that parents understand that, that school attendance is critical. If kids aren't in school, they cannot learn. And certainly if kids are not in school, they don't have they don't have those deep connected relationships with the schoolhouse. So that's important. The second thing that's really important for us is to improve the school experience for students. And so some of the things that we've done just this year, for example, is we have a dean of student culture. So that's a new position around climate and culture and creating that experience for students. We have a safety patrol, so our upper elementary third through fifth grade students are assigned leadership roles and help during arrival and dismissal and other times throughout the school day. We have a monthly community meeting, which is a place to really cement the culture and climate of the school, but it's also an opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate attendance milestones, but also academic achievement. And it's a place where the community and the school gets to deepen its connection. The students get to deepen their sense of belonging. So, and then the third component of our shift in attendance practices and how we're really intentionally being focused on attendance is around identifying what those barriers are. What are the barriers? I mean, and part of it also is disaggregating the data and making sure that we are implementing an early warning system. We have an attendance committee that meets on a weekly basis that is informing the rest of the school community, the assistant principal for elementary, as well as the assistant principal for ECE. And so, yeah, I mean, we obviously have to change our practices and structures in-house. Fidelity to the model that we have, but within that model, there are areas clearly that we are targeting in order to right size our program so that we're hitting our key performance indicators.
So I'm gonna open it up to other board members, but I do want to say this before and then this will be the last thing well, I'm not gonna say that. I have to say that I am, given the performance of the school, the identification by OSSE, with you all being, I think it was the 9th lowest school in the city and the 6th lowest for performing elementary. The response to how you plan to improve your academic performance at such a high stake review is completely subpar. And I am going to challenge you all to really turn and look internally at what is going on and how you need to improve, and creating a real plan that does some introspection of the academic program you are offering children, the school and climate that you are creating in your school, and making real changes, because you cannot be here again in 5 years. And that response was subpar. So I'm going to turn it over to Treasurer Stanley Beatty, who has a question, I think, followed by Board Member Crucy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wright. I'll actually pick up on your line of questioning. I had 2 questions related to that same topic. As it relates to the OSSE improvement plan and the DCPCS plan, are those plans to be developed? And perhaps that's a question for staff and the LEA. Are those plans to be developed, or has the plan already been developed?
Plan has been developed and submitted.
Okay, all right. So then
Yeah.
you're adhering to a plan that's already developed.
The plan was developed this year,
This needed approved,
and
yeah.
we've been partnering with the PCSB in that work, and it's been submitted.
Very good. Okay.
So I'd also like to just add, we would like to continue to talk about the work around the plan and the focus of academics that has happened. So I do believe that we'll be able to give you more information, Ms. Wright, that you'll appreciate in our reflection about how our program is doing and the work that we are doing to improve the program. So why don't we're going to wait for the rest of your questions, and then if we feel like we have to share some more that haven't been asked, we'll do that.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do that. That's why I ask about the plan, because I would agree with Chair Wright. If there's a plan that's been created and established and submitted, then there should have been a more robust response to the questions that she was asking. But I'll leave that for her to further interrogate if she chooses. I did have a question for staff. There's a condition here, Dr. Walker Davis, and we had the same one for Apple Tree, that allows us to conduct an off-cycle review if we deem necessary. Can we talk about what situation or how we would determine that to be necessary? And I failed to ask the same question when we had the condition for Apple Tree, but it's the same condition.
Yes, thank you for the question, Treasurer Stanley Beatty. I'm going to actually ask our Chief School Performance Officer, Melody Sampson, to just explain our off-cycle review process. If you are able, Melody.
Sure, I'm sorry I'm not on camera. So for an off-cycle review, in this instance, what we are recommending that happen is that DCPCSB would scrutinize the school's performance over the next 2 to 3 school years, and evaluate how the school is performing under the charter goals policy pathways. If we determine that the school is demonstrating that it's not meeting those pathways, then we would recommend intervening with an off-cycle review ahead of the next 25-year review.
Okay. Does the out of cycle, I want to get the language right. Does the out of cycle charter review, Melody, does that interplay at all with the improvement plan?
So in both instances, you'll notice the condition speaks to conducting an off-cycle review depending on the progress that the school makes. And so if we see that the school is not meeting the targets that it's designated in its improvement plan, then that would be another potential reason to step in and to do an off-cycle charter review.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to state that for the good of the order. And then I do have one question for the LEA as it relates to your occupancy expense. I see that you've done quite a bit of work around retiring debt, which is to be commended. It looks like you had a much larger what we call nut in the finance industry at 20+ million, and you've reduced that down to 4.6, which is great. I note that you are 50% guarantor on the debt. I'm assuming the other 50% guarantor is your sister school. Is that the case?
Yes, the other school, who is our partner on our location, which is Brea Public Charter School, has the other 50%.
The other 50%, great. Okay, and then I asked this of staff, and I just want to raise it because I think it's important. You do have a debt service covenant as a result of this remaining debt, which, as I've indicated, is much less than what it was before. So congratulations on that. Confirm for me, I think it is the case, but just confirm for me that you are meeting your debt covenants.
So yes, we are meeting our debt covenants, and also with the refinance, and as you described it, the nut with paying it down has allowed us to make more funds available to support the program. That was a very important factor for us in terms of why we put that amount of money in place, so that we could use it to support the program, and also the readjustment of how that's fine.
No, it's late. I appreciate that. And my questions are solely just to recognize the work that you've done for the record. The only other thing that I'll acknowledge is that from an occupancy expense ratio perspective, you have one of the lower ones that I've seen. So again, that reflects some good sort of debt management work that you all have been able to implement over the past, I guess, probably 3 or 4 years. It looks like you've been working on this. So that is to be commended, which is separate and aside from the questions that we have about your academics. So, but thank you, Chair Wright.
Board Member Cruzy.
Thank you. And thank you, Bridges team, this evening. I wanted to speak with Dr. Hunt Taylor. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your board service. You bring a wealth of experience in educational leadership, and I'm curious, from your board perspective, does any of this discussion tonight surprise you? Can you share with us some insights from how the board's role has been in academic oversight, and kind of over the arc that we've been discussing tonight, of the arc of how governance has evolved and what you kind of look forward to?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. We've been quite involved, both from the school performance committee perspective and from quarterly assessments that we have engaged with the board around some of the challenges that they've had around academics. And my understanding, both from some of the work that we've done with them with their strategic plan and in reading and approving their school improvement plan, was that they really are focusing in on 3 big levers. The first being literacy, and moving from a model that wasn't completely embedded in what we know about Scarborough's rope and what we understand about literacy now, to embedding some more to embedding a structured literacy environment at the school, coupled with the work that they've already done for many years on UDL, making sure that teachers went through the 10 modules that OSSI provides for structured literacy, making sure that teachers really received an abundance of training and support, recognizing that you can't change everything all in 1 year, but if kids are grounded in their understanding of how to read, and teachers are grounded in their understanding of how to teach them, that we could move the other levers more easily. And the second one, of course, was around teacher retention. Our teacher retention rate is subpar. And I think a lot of that is around increasing relationship building that needs to happen. We have increased our compensation package for teachers over the years, but recognizing from a budgetary perspective, and because of the population that we serve, that we have lots of adults that support our students, from dedicated aides to many special education teachers, many inclusion teachers. And so we're finding ways to make sure that we are increasing our value proposition and increasing the way that the school engages with us so that we can keep our teachers a lot longer. We have spent lots of money to ensure that teachers are well trained, and we want to make sure that they stay there. And then what Dr. Campbell spoke about was around increasing attendance. We know that if kids aren't in school, that they aren't learning. And so the school improvement plan does outline a number of supports that the school plans to provide families in order to encourage students to come to school every day, to make sure that they are there, from continuing the partnership to partner with OSSI, recognizing that over 30% of our students are students with special needs, to make sure that they're there on time, to make sure that we're encouraging students to come to school, and to make sure, as Dr. Campbell spoke about, that we're eliminating barriers when needed, when we see that they're needed for the school. So I am disheartened at the way that maybe this was presented, but I think it's a solid plan. Over the last 7 years, I've worked on the school performance committee. We've talked about ways from increasing accountability to the board around academic data, to making sure we have these quarterly reviews of academic data, to making sure that the data is in front of us when we make budgetary and financial decisions. And because I do have a wealth of experience in education, I've been a thought partner with Olivia over the years, and continue to be that in our bi-monthly or bi-weekly check-ins that we have. So I've offered some areas where I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but but definitely can offer some support in working for students and families alongside her across the city. I don't know if that answered your question, Ms. Carusi, but those are the ways that that I see us partnering together to support the work.
I appreciate that. And for the rest of the board, thank you. I know that not everyone's able to be here tonight. So and it sounds like you're aware from attending tonight that there is the possibility of an out-of-cycle review that the board would have some visibility to as well.
Yes, I've been made aware of that. Yes.
Thank you.
So Olivia, I heard your request to be able to circle back on your, I think what you wanted to share around your academic performance and how you're thinking about, or how you all have adjusted or will adjust to actually respond to the needs of your. I want to give you an opportunity before we vote.
Yes. So I'm going to ask Ms. Cox to talk about the work that's been done already this year in terms of the professional learning communities, the work that's being done around using data with teachers, and the work that's been happening in terms of following and tracking student performance, and also what we're looking towards for next year.
Thank you so much you can hear me? Yes. All right. First of all, I want you to know that we are deeply committed to understanding our data and aggressively driving our improvement. We have done a thorough analysis of multiple data points, including our MAP, DC CAPE results, which are both trending low, and have added IXL and some formative classroom assessments. And it's clear that many Bridges students are missing both foundational skills and complex skills. In alignment with OSSI's recommendation to develop the SIP, we have created some targets for ourselves in the area of academics. To address these challenges, we adopted 2 new curriculums, one for literacy that is embedded in structured literacy and the science of reading, with resources to follow. We also implemented Zern this year with Fidelity, and we have established systems for regular monitoring and coaching with myself and 2 instructional coaches to oversee the fidelity and instructional quality. I am happy to report that we have, with our K2 MAP data, We recently just completed and have met our individually negotiated growth goal for K2. We're not satisfied. We're going to keep going. This year, we also started professional learning communities, which integrate both the special education teacher, the general education teacher, and the EL teacher. Our focus is on Tier 1 instruction. We know that we are underperforming in several areas. So looking ahead to next year, we have adjusted who's in the classroom. Every classroom will have a full-time general education teacher as well as a special education teacher. The EL teacher is across grade level. So in most grade levels, there'll be 2.5 adults throughout the day focused on small group and Tier 1 instruction, quality instruction. We've started our professional development in the co-teacher model to be stronger. We do have already some co-teaching going on, but we know that it could be better. To further support our commitment to data-informed instruction, we have hired a school-wide assessment data and accountability coordinator to help us drill down into that data. This year, we started something called TSA, which is Targeted Student Achievement, where we drill down to the data to be very specific about which kids are underperforming, especially those kids who may not have an IEP or may not be EL. Why are they underperforming? So how can we dig into that data? How can we look at what they're doing? And how can we adjust our instruction? I think that it's imperative for us to be honest about what the teachers need as far as teacher efficacy and training. As a former, well, I am a science of reading regional coach from the state that I came from, and I understand the depth of knowledge that it takes to use and improve the instruction that we need. And we're committed to providing that professional development through our weekly PLCs, as well as our professional development days. We have a UDL coach on site. That's how much Miss Olivia is committed to supporting the students that we serve. And that coach, as well as the instructional coaches for math and literacy, we all work together to make sure that that co-planning and the integration of strategies. This is all about access to standards-based instruction. We can't water down the rigor, but what we can do is give greater access to students who need it, whether that's multi-language learners or whether it's special education students. So I just want to let the board know how committed we are to quality instruction, and we have a plan. We're going to execute that plan, and I can already see through just the commitment of the teachers, they've already, most of them have, all of them actually have said they're coming back and that they're excited about thinking about all the instructional improvements that we can make together. So any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, both Ms. Hunt Taylor as well as Ms. Cox. That is what I was looking for in terms of an answer and response, in terms of how you all are thinking about responding, the reflection that you've done internally around how you need to adjust your model and your programming to meet the needs of students. And I feel like if you continue with those actions that you just shared and carry them out with fidelity, I am confident that 5 years from now, Bridges will be in a different point of view. So thank you for that clarification. Secretary Adamafani, I know you had something, and then
Chair Wright, I think you beautifully said that. I just want to echo the same sentiment. What I heard from Ms. Cox was a very detailed, focused plan that not only centers the needs of the students, but also supports teachers in dealing with the challenges that are before us. And so kudos to you all. And I really actually look forward to seeing how much your school grows and perhaps other lessons that other schools can learn from the work. So I have high hopes for you, Bridges. I really, really do. Thank you. That's all.
Apologies, I apologize about that. Any more questions or discussion from the board? All right, if not, then colleagues, I will now entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, I apologize. As I said in the last LEA that was up around notice, I shared my statement earlier. I think it is imperative that families know and understand when a school has not fully met its condition. Again, the goal is not to in any way have unintended consequences. It is to involve your families in the same way you talked about empowering them around academics, empowering them around knowing what is going on in the school and being partners with you to improve. The more your families know what you're up against as educators, as school leaders, as board members, the more they can partner with you. And too often we take that away from our families when we don't share with them fully and transparently what is going on. And so I will actually make a motion, and I move to continue the charter of Bridges Public Charter School with the conditions proposed by staff, with the addition of the following condition: Bridges PCS must inform its families of conditions 1 and 2 above using a template provided by DC PCSB by June 16th, 2025.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes.
We almost there, board members. I know it's late. Is there a second?
Chairwoman Wright, Vice Chairman Salmon seconded.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear that. I apologize. Okay. All right. Is there any discussion? All right. If not, Secretary Adamafani, if you could take a roll call.
Chairwoman Wright,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Davis,
Aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye.
Chairwoman Wright, I'm an aye.
All right, the motion passes. Congratulations, Bridges team, on getting to your 20th milestone. We look forward to the improvement that's coming. The plans that you all just laid out they sound strong, and we look forward to them benefiting the scholars that have chosen you. So congratulations on your continuance, and thank you. Thank you for hanging in with us this evening.
Thank you.
And all being here to support your school community. Have a good night. So this concludes our charter reviews for tonight. Thank you, Gina, for joining us this evening and for your continued hard work throughout our review season. All right, so next on our agenda is a discussion item. For this, I will yield the floor to Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. This discussion is on the School Finance Monthly Report. Is really our opportunity to highlight the hard work that our school finance team does on a regular basis. And to have this discussion, I will invite Will Henderson, our Chief Operating Officer. Welcome, Will.
Good evening, folks. Again, my name is Will Henderson, Chief Operating Officer here at DC PCSB. The DC Public Charter School Board Finance Committee met on May 5th, 2025. Generally, the Finance Committee provides the PCSB board with an update after each meeting. During each meeting, the Finance Committee discusses the financial status of DC public charter schools and LEAs, local education agencies, that are subject to a financial corrective action plan, have received a citation of fiscal concern, and or are on the PCSB financial monitoring list as described below as of the most recent meeting. In particular, at our this most recent meeting on May 5th, we discussed Capital Village. Since the LEA was not compliant with its FCAP for both forecasted and unaudited monthly days of cash on hand as of March 31st, DC PCSB staff issued a citation of fiscal concern on April 14th. The LEA was fully compliant to date with the other KFIs and FCAP requirements. At the May 5th Finance Committee meeting, the committee discussed the finance noncompliance of Capital Village PCS in greater detail. DC PCSB staff has not issued any citations of fiscal concern since the April 28 board meeting. In addition to Capital Village, the schools on the monitoring list are as follows: KIP DC, which is in full compliance with its FCAP, Community College Prep, DC Wildflower, Digital Pioneers, Girls Global, IDEA, Learn DC, Lee Montessori, Mary McLeod Bethune Day Academy, Social Justice, St. Coletta Special Education, and Statesman College Preparatory Academy for Boys. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Will. Chair Wright, I just had one point of clarification that I wanted to bring just for the good of the order. On the finance report, Will, as it relates to the Capital Village FCAP, we state that they were, I want to get the language correct, we state that the LEA was fully compliant to date with other KFIs and FCAP requirements. Clarify for us and identify the date that we're referencing there.
Thanks, Treasurer Stanley Beatty. The date is as of the date of the report, which is issued today, May 19th.
As of today's report.
That's correct.
Perfect. That is it for me, Chair Wright. I think we've discussed in the past about the monitoring list and FCAPs and how we work in conjunction with LEAs as it relates to FCAPs and how they're collaborative tools. I think we've emphasized that not only for the board's understanding, but also for elevation to the greater community. If there are questions, I'm sure Will is happy to entertain those, but we've talked about that quite a bit in the past since we've elevated this report. So I don't have anything further to add.
Any other discussion or questions from the rest of the board? Okay, seeing none. Again, thank you, Will, for also hanging out and joining us this late evening. I don't think you were hanging out. That probably wasn't the right word. It's late, but thank you for being here with us this evening. Okay, next we will vote on the consent calendar. Would any board member like to remove an item from the calendar for further discussion or state a recusal for the record? Okay, seeing none, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
I move to approve all items on the consent calendar.
I second.
Thank you. Secretary Adamafana, can you call roll, please?
Yes. Chairwoman Wright.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
Chair, I'm an aye as well.
Okay, thank you. Is there any new business? Oh, wait, I think I need to have a read into record. So I do just want to read into record the school year 2025-26 local education agency submission. I don't think there is any action on that, but do just want to note that that has happened. Okay. Is there any new business? Seeing none, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Yes, I move to adjourn the May 19th, 2025 board meeting.
Second.
Oh, yes, I will do a roll. I'm sorry, go ahead, Chair.
I was going to say, this is the first motion that I haven't had to have any prompting for. If you would please call rolls, Secretary Fania.
I absolutely will, with excitement. Chair Wright.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
24 minutes and we into tomorrow.
Sorry. Okay, it's late night. Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
And I am an enthusiastic aye.
And the motion passes. And I know we are joking towards the end, but this has been a long meeting with important information though. So I do just want to thank all of the board members and staff for your attention to this and your staying checked in and engaged during this time. And thank you to those of the public who also stayed on with us for this time. You all have a great evening and thank you again. We'll see you next month. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Take care.
Good night, everybody.